life only. Even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
It's been the road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. Cause I'm a it's lies in my soul. Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until I leave the floor. So that's a passion, baby, I can never get enough. So don't you try and stop me, dance until the sun comes up. It's been a road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I think I'm up in heaven, cause you were hell. I gave back my freedom, made me well. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awaited undertaking.
If you're looking for the hottest competitive Wild Rift tournament,
Tak payah tengok jauh-jauh. Dekat Malaysia pun ada pasukan hebat.
They're so good, even I can make a prediction.
Vegeta Dragons? Geek Fam? Even the new teams are top tier.
Expect to see the spiciest team fights, the sneakiest Baron Steel, and even the plays that you never see coming.
Detik-detik menghiburkan dan penuh gelak ketawa. Hey, pulas kita pun kelakar juga.
And if you're not convinced, maybe our community giveaways would.
Musim yang paling panas. Chili, Fiesta. Musim paling pedas.
musim yang paling lazat.
Fall season. Musim jatuh.
Nice. Alright. Go top first. Can. Alright, down in. Texas. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu, Stewie! Boom! Wabakaba! Mulakan lagi nyawa Nanda dan into the infernal combat Turi Solar Blade! Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal Bomb. Dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima Zahir. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
This is it. The fall season's playoffs. It is right now and it starts right this moment. It's all brought to you by, of course, ESL alongside we have official tournament partners Maggie Hot Cup. The Icon Series will crown its emperor for Malaysia this weekend. Alongside me, Husky, is the man, the myth, the legend, the hound, as to bring you guys the rest of the actions.
Alright, we are here for the action itself, beautifully introduced by my co-captain Husky, and it has been a heck of a journey, hasn't it, Husky? We have seen some crazy comebacks, we have seen some crazier throws, and most importantly, we have seen some spicy gameplay that has been coming from each and every one of our teams and players, of course. But enough about that. Let's take a look at the graphics here because we've got so much to break down for you guys in a bit. Isn't that right, Husky?
Yeah, absolutely. We have two best of five today, and as harsh as it's gonna sound, by the end of this evening, we would say goodbye to one of the teams that's going to be between either Semnai or Geek Fam. Two teams who have had probably one of the most arduous journey ever. Geek Fam in particular, kind of having to go through the whole roster shuffle, suffering a lot of obstacles along the way, making it through the last chance qualifiers, and here they are, not out of hot water just yet, and standing in front of them will be Sem9. But other than that, we also have the upper brackets, SDGR, EBLZ taking on UndeRank, the rivalry rekindle for both of these two teams who did throw some banter and shade to each other during the group stage, and this is the perfect battleground for that rematch, for them to prove who is the better player.
I totally agree, and looking at it, right, it has been a bit of a tumultuous journey for Geek Fam, and looking at how they were able to just come back from the ashes that was basically their how to say, the underperformance, I feel, was something of a story that needs to be highlighted. But can they do it again against Sem9, which is a team that has been on the cusp of a greatness as well? I do feel that a lot of these teams here on playoffs day one are very much in a very good spot to push forward, and I feel that's going to be a running theme across the board for Saudaga, EBLZ, UndeRank, Sem9, and Geek Fam Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we have one more team, Berjaya Dragons, kind of sitting comfortably in that round 2 of the upper brackets. They are so far still the best team ever, the ex-champions from the Summer Icon Series. They topped the group stage, only dropping one series, and even that one series, they only lost one game throughout the entire 1 month that we've witnessed them. So, deservingly, they will have a pass for this Friday and have that one extra day to observe, learn, and practice for their appearance. But still, I think with how the competition have been so neck and neck, even the Kings in the names of Berjaya Dragon can't be too relaxed. They have to be on their guard.
Yeah, I agree. There has to be a bit of a little bit of urgency in a lot of these teams as well, regardless of the fact. But yes, even though that Berjaya Dragons are the kings at the top of the crop, heavy lies the crown is going to be what I'm going to be quoting from some form of fiction somewhere there, because it's always a lot of pressure on towards the kings of the top of the heap, and I feel that that's going to be the case here for Berjaya Dragons. I'm pretty sure that a lot of these teams have prepared really well, and I'm very, very sure for the fact that these teams are going to bring their top gear performance. And I'm thinking that we're going to be seeing maybe some pocket picks or maybe off the wall matters that could be either make or break for a lot of these teams. Remember, it's all a best of 5 here today, so a lot of these teams have potential to actually get as much information as they can in the span of 5 games, and maybe, just maybe, we might see some reverse sweeps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad that you brought the point, right? Because we have long gone the best of 3 formats. We now start with a more long drawn series, a best of 5, where these teams, even during the group stage, when some of these matches went to a full 3 game, it was pretty neck and neck. It came down to the that pocket pick. But let's take a look at the brackets first while we kind of do this whole best of 5 thing, because right now, whoever can outlast their opponents will have a better chance. This is what we have to work with for now. SDGR EBLZ taking on UndeRank in the upper bracket semi-finals, and after that, we have the lower bracket quarterfinals between Sem9 and Geek Fam in the best of 5. Also consider an elimination match for those two teams. And afterwards, we see Berjaya Dragons waiting in the upper bracket final. So whoever wins between Saudaga, EBLZ, and UndeRank will take on Berjaya Dragons. And the lower brackets, semis and lower bracket finals will be played throughout the weekend, all in a best of 5. And when we reach that grand finals, we will go all the way to a best of 7.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting one indeed here, Husky, because we do see that, judging from what we have seen thus far, it is going to be a double elimination playoff. And looking at how that's going to go, it's definitely going to benefit all these teams in terms of how they're going to be progressing into the upper brackets. Looking at today's matches, Saudaga EBLZ is going to go up against UndeRank first up at 6 p.m., which is in a few more minutes. And at 8 p.m., we're going to be watching a Sem9 going up against Geek Fam. Remember, all the best of 5 and all the times are in GMT +8 Singapore, Malaysia times.
Yeah, absolutely. The last time Saudaga EBLZ and UndeRank, met in the group stage, Saudaga EBLZ won 2-1. So obviously, God Gatsby has a lot to say. The infamous banter between him and Coffee is, Coffee has 2 accounts in Challenger, I'm in Grandmaster, but who cares? We beat them. And Coffee said, well, too bad that boo-hoo, you're heart-stuck Grandmaster. Today is the day for them to settle that score in this best of 5, and I can't wait to see it unfold.
While ranks definitely are a stepping stone, or at least a good gauge to see what skill level these players are. Remember, it is a team game after all, and synergies are taken into account as well. Let's take a look at Saudaga EBLZ, Emotionless, Fallen, Williams, God Gatsby, as well as Zaphiroth, our 5 players of Saudaga EBLZ. Very talented young individuals, very much aggressive in their playstyles as well, and I'm looking forward to see what they have in store for UndeRank. And I'm looking at UndeRank as well. It's going to be a bit of a ride for them, because Saudaga EBLZ is the type of team that isn't going to give them a run for their money for sure today, Husky.
Yeah, and at the same time, Saudaga EBLZ has probably the most unique champion, overall unique champion picks throughout the entire group stage so far. They had the Ireda jungle, Fiora jungle, so they can bring in a lot of surprises, but UndeRank are no strangers to tough competitions. Crown in the Baron lane, Arashi in the jungle, Kagami as the mid laner, and of course we have the Dragon laner in the forms of Coffee and Shanks. They have shown themselves to be kind of the top contenders as compared to Summer Icon series, where right now they stand a chance to even topple the Giants. So if Coffee being able to finally make his debut and proving his worth, versus that UndeRank is here to stay and they are here to win. This is the head-to-head between both ADCs from the respective teams. Scott Gatsby against Coffee. As we can see, the numbers favor Coffee a bit more. Probably the best Vayne player we have in Icon Fall, but God Gatsby, he is not too shabby, compared to his counterpart.
Well, looking at the numbers, sure, there is going to be a bit of a skew towards Coffee for sure, with a total KDA ratio differential of 1 between them both, and about 2,000 in terms of the damage dealt, as well as a 1,000 gold differential between these two players, but a 4% differential in terms of kill participation for God Gatsby as well as Coffee. So not too far behind is God Gatsby, but at the end of the day, I do feel that it is going to be very determinant on how Saudaga EBLZ is going to draft and how they're going to play around God Gatsby and his capabilities to bring the fight into a sustained fight.
If you are looking for an agent of chaos, you are looking at one right there, Saudaga EBLZ. But if you are looking for an agent of peace and control, UndeRank would be your team. Two diverging identities for this first best of 5, and I think Saudaga EBLZ have made a lot of impression just based off their champion picks, just based off of how they play the game in general. Very chaotic, but very calculated at the same time. Whereas for UndeRank, when they get to that late game phase, you know that they are going to win. So now it's a matter of whether can Saudaga EBLZ continue to show its mayhem and throw UndeRank off guard, or can UndeRank just hold on and reach that phase where they guarantee themselves that victory?
I'm thinking that looking at how Saudaga EBLZ have been drafting, as well as how UndeRank has been drafting as well, both of these teams actually have quite a bit of a method to their chaos. But I'm looking at it, it seems that for our caster prediction, we aren't too far off here. Both of us are going to go for UndeRank here. A bit of difference in terms of the score, though I'm thinking it's going to go 3-1 in favor of UndeRank, whereas Husky's going to think 3-2. A bit of a closer game here comparatively between UndeRank as well as Saudaga EBLZ from Husky. I'm thinking that I think UndeRank does have a bit of the formula, a little bit of the order in the chaos. But then again, I'm thinking Husky, you're thinking that chaos could actually rule the day today in terms of unpredictability. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it, because Saudaga EBLZ have consistently showed us numerous surprises on different occasions. Regardless of what team they're up against, they are always experimenting, they're always showing us something new. It is really hard to pinpoint Saudaga EBLZ's strat. It's really hard to look at Saudaga EBLZ and be like, this is how they play the game. Because they are not a one-dimensional team, and that is what's special about them. Obviously, you know, looking at my predictions, I still think UndeRank has the upper hand, but I know for a fact that if that becomes a reality, Saudaga EBLZ will not make it easy for UndeRank at all.
Yeah, I'm thinking that as well. The draft is going to be very, very revealing indeed in terms of how these two teams are going to be going up against each other. I do believe that there is going to be a little bit of how to say, a little bit of priority given towards the Baron lanes as well. Looking at how God Gatsby as well as Coffee, both these two players as well are basically very much the glue, not to say the glue that keeps the team together, but they do play around the fact that God Gatsby as well as Coffee are able to put in a lot of the sustained damage, and the amount of DPS that comes in from both God Gatsby as well as Coffee is definitely something to be very fearful of from either side. If they're able to shut each other down, this could be a turn of events and could bring victory to either side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think before, you know, 4 Icon series, before Asila kind of moved to the Malaysian region to join up with Bajar Dragons, Emotionless is widely regarded as one of the best Baron laners that we have locally. So you kind of go in, so you can rely on him to not just win the lane, but to be effective throughout the entire game. And obviously, in this particular matchup between UndeRank and Saudaga EBLZ, a lot of people will be looking at SDGR and be like, yeah, I think Baron lane should be fine for them. But let's not forget, Saudaga EBLZ Fallen in the jungle has been absolutely amazing with his wide champion pool and his very aggressive playstyle with the mid lane and Williams. We'll see if Arashi and Kagami can match up to it. This is game 1. This is the draft. And let's see what they have. Saudaga EBLZ, very respectable ban on that vein. Senna and Twisted Fate will be taken up by UndeRank.
Our draft phase brought to you by our official tournament partner, Maggie Hot Cup. So get yourself a hot cup here today, because we're going to get ready to get into the game. Ban phases have been complete. Twisted Fate, Senna, Fiora for the side of UndeRank against Saudaga EBLZ, whereas they and with the Gragas as well as the Camille.
Yeah, I think this is just both teams truly showing that they understand each other. The Fiora is a direct ban towards Emotionless. Twisted Fate is kind of Williams' trump card, so UndeRank doesn't want to deal with it. Saudaga EBLZ with a Corki and Sinjao opening, a lot of mid-game power spike, but UndeRank, they take that Rengar away, something that Fallen would have loved to get his hands on. They also paired up with the Renekton and Ziggs, giving themselves that mid-game spike to match up against Saudaga EBLZ.
This is going to be very interesting indeed here. God Gatsby is going to go for the Soraka pickup here for Zaphiroth. I think they're going to be playing a very interesting heal mechanic here. But, ooh, looking at how UndeRank is going to be drafting here.
Okay.
Very off the wall here indeed. Saudaga EBLZ is going to go for the Corki Soraka bot lane duo. I don't know about you, but this is going to be a bit of a strange one indeed here. We haven't seen Nasus. Okay, now this is going to be very interesting indeed here. I think both of them are not going to be going for the marksman pickups here. I did see that God Gatsby is going to be hovering over the Nasus. What do you think about these pickups here? And I think, is this going to also be Irelia in the bot lane as well, Husky?
Yeah, it's either that or we get a Ziggs Nami bot, right? The mage, we have seen kind of the mage dragon lane a couple of times in the group stage, and it does work out. And Ziggs is one of the few champions that can really make it work because he has decent clear, decent damage to trade, and most importantly, he has turret push. One of the most important components of a Wild Rift game is that you need to have turret push to make it worthwhile whenever you try to go for an objective after a skirmish. But we will find out which one is more effective. This is And no, it's not God Gatsby on the Nasus, it's God Gatsby on the Soraka.
Alright, over to the top side though, Crown as well as Emotionless, both of them trading a little bit of early game harass here, as they're all going to be going back into lane. Itemization wise, nothing out of the norm, as we do see that both these teams here are going to be exchanging a little bit of love taps between themselves. And you see that God Gatsby as well as Zephyros more concerned with giving a lot more by looking at Coffee as well as Shanks now, giving a lot of that poke potential. And I do like this here. Coffee as well as Shanks are going to have that very much poke sustainability here. Poke and sustainability with Coffee throwing out bombs, as well as Shanks will be able to go for the ebb and flow, as well as the tidal wave as soon as he hits the ultimate level. So I'm looking at it here. Early game advantage is definitely going to go towards UndeRank, but over to the top side though, you might see a bit of a skirmish between these two, and we might see first blood for either of them over at the Baron lane.
Would it be the case if there was no war in the Tri-Brush? Crown anticipating that possible rotation from Fallen, and Fallen is not even going to bother ganking top. In fact, he's going to go to mid and just give a couple of taps onto Kagame, give him that massage on the way out, force him to consume that honey fruit as Arashi shows up on the mid side. Does have the bowler, but blocked by the siege minion instead. So both junglers on their first gank, not able to get much out of it.
1 minute and 30 seconds in already, and we're going to be seeing very early ganks, very much focused into the mid lane here, giving a bit of an indication that they want to get Kagame as well as Williams up and running for either side of the teams here. Very responsive indeed coming in for the side of Saudaka EBLZ, both for a bit of priority, not say priority, a little bit of tempo control here. But it seems that Kagame now going to go in, takes a shot off that turret, has to flash away. Williams will be laughing with an advantage over to the mid side.
And I do wonder how this Soraka Nasus lane is going to work, because evidently God Gatsby is getting, is going for those last hits. But if you look at the network, Zephyros has a bit more go because God Gatsby was kind of running around the map for a while to help Williams out, and that gives Zephyros some space to get those farm up. One of the things that this Nasus will have is infinite scaling. He will always be able to scale no matter how late the game goes, just because of the siphoning strike. Obviously, playing in his current role, it's gonna take a while, but at the end of the day, when you have a potential to infinitely become stronger as the game progresses, you kind of have that late game advantage.
I like it because Williams is going to be playing the Corki that is going to give quite a bit of damage on the poke side, a little bit of sustained damage as well for the side of Saudaka EBLZ. And this is the UndeRank is going to be playing against the clock here, Husky, because looking at how they are actually how their overall matchup is in terms of their composition, they have to rush it in terms of them ending the game, because the longer the game goes, the more opportunities Saudaka EBLZ will be able to scale and do more damage against UndeRank.
We're probably going to see the first skirmish, the first tussle between two teams when that first Drake spawns. It's gonna be the Mountain Drake. So I think if you are Saudaka EBLZ, you would definitely want to get your hands on that. That resistance coupled with your draft is so valuable. But I do like this Corki pick now that I look at it, because it is very hard for Kagame to just jump onto him and throw a full combo. Even with his ultimate, the Vanguard's Edge, Corki will always have the Valkyrie to get away from that predicament. However, UndeRank, they did see this Scuttle Crab getting taken, and they do see Emotionless just poking and prodding at the Rift Pharaoh. However, Saudaka EBLZ, they do have the presence of mind, so they will back off from that.
Very interesting indeed here. UndeRank right now more concerned with the Herald indeed, and I'm thinking this could work out wonders for them. Going to give them a lot of priority as well as push potential, and it seems that Saudaka EBLZ, very wise indeed, are going to respond with the Drake pickup here. No contest coming in from the side of UndeRank. By the time they get there, I think EBLZ will be able to secure that Drake. We do see that it is going to be a top lane gank here over to the top side. Very beautiful jump there coming in from the side of Arashi as well, but it's going to get pulled down. Beautiful Noxing guillotine right to the flash, but it is going to be a beautiful trade coming in. 1-for-1 here. Crown as well as Emotionless scoring the kill.
UndeRank might have gotten the turret. Sure, they have a bit of a lead, but Emotionless made it worthwhile. Made UndeRank work for it. And Saudaka EBLZ, they want to respond to that mid tier 1, Thankfully, Coffee is there as the Ziggs to keep their structure alive. So UndeRank kind of breaking open the map ever so slightly, but Saudaga EBLZ make sure that they keep up with what UndeRank is doing. They make sure that UndeRank doesn't run away with kind of a huge advantage. And while all of this was happening, once more, Zafirov secretly stacking up the siphoning strike in that bottom lane, getting those farms, and making sure that when this Nasus finally joins the fight, he's going to become the 4th carry that UndeRank did not expect.
Yeah, so I'm looking at how UndeRank is going to be moving around. They are going to give a lot more priority towards the mid side as well as the bottom side. Since top side has been opened up already, it's going to free up a little bit more opportunities for Crown to move over to the top side quadrant of Saudaga EBLZ jungle. And this could be an opportunity for them to maybe set up some skirmishes or at least take some top side, Baron side objectives. And this could be very much in favor of UndeRank here. Crown very much free in this opportunity is going to go to the bot side here. Kagame with a beautiful double stun right into the ultimate here. It's going to be a very bad one. Tidal Wave comes from very far away, but we do see the fallout coming in from Arashi. The flashes have been popped, and you see that Zafirov is going to be taken down. Oh no! The Tidal Wave was not enough, as well as the bubble was not enough to take them down. Fallen comes in, and it seems that UndeRank bit off a little bit more than they could chew here, but at no price, because no one was down and out from either side.
That's 4 ultimates from UndeRank and 0 kills. They forced out the sums from Saudaga EBLZ, but the fact that Saudaga EBLZ lived through that was pivotal. Now they are finally on even grounds with UndeRank. They saved that bot tier 1. And UndeRank, you know, they gave away a bit of their map control because they had to spend so much time trying to kill out God Gatsby and Zafirov. So UndeRank, they have kind of have to reset the map a bit, had to push out the waves again, and Saudaga EBLZ. This is their chance to go for a counter-attack if they find the opportunity.
Looking at it here, it is going to be very much a different tempo compared to the group stages from both these teams. We do normally see that at this point of the match, we would see more kills as well as more skirmishes between these two teams. However, both these teams playing a very cautious game indeed between themselves. And looking at it, it seems that we may have a bit of mid-game centric team fighting type of game here as the game progresses. At 7 minutes and 45 seconds, it is 1-for-1, a very low kill per minute average here from both these teams, but both these teams playing it very well, trying to negate whatever risk that they have in terms of the fighting.
And I think we're starting to see what Saudaga EBLZ wants to do with this particular dragon lane. God Gatsby has to stop the flowing waters, so that is going to help whenever he uses a heal on them. And as the later this game progresses, the more weight William has to shoulder on this Corki. He is the main guy for Saudaga EBLZ in that late game. God Gatsby is going to transition to kind of the AP support. Zafiro will be more of a core than the Soraka. There's a lot of layers to what Saudaga EBLZ wants to achieve, and it can only be achieved with enough time, which is why they don't mind losing out. They don't mind not getting kills early on, but as long as they stay alive, as long as they keep it even with UndeRank, they will have a good chance. Inferno Drake can spawn, and UndeRank, they're going to start it up.
This is going to be a very interesting one here. Maybe a big contest here, Husky. We're going to be seeing one bubble almost hitting it as we do see. Oh no, Crown in the middle of it has to activate. Thomas Highway has been hit onto 4. Beautiful one. It is going to be in the middle of the fight. It is going to be Crown, but he gets hit with a Nox and Guillotine. A Nox and Guillotine special for 2. But we do see Zafirov right now in the middle of it. Has to go for the flash. Goes going to go in the middle of it. Goes for the heal as well. But Zafirov taking a little bit more damage than he should. Will back away. 2-for-1. 2-for-0, excuse me, in favor of Saudaga EBLZ, Husky.
UndeRank hit all of their ultimates, and all of their ultimates hit 2 to 3 members from Saudaga EBLZ. And what happened? No one from Saudaga EBLZ dies. And in fact, they are going to try and punish Arashi. He does have the stasis enchantment, but the axe is mightier than the golden Zonias, as Emotionless will get that killing spree. As Darius starting to get a bit out of control, and Saudaga EBLZ, through all of their sustain, just survives against UndeRank. UndeRank walks away with the Drake, but to what avail? Losing 3 members and giving Saudaga EBLZ the momentum that they need.
Very nicely done here from the side of Sadaga EBLZ. They knew for a fact that they were able to sustain quite a bit of the heals over to the bot side, and I'm thinking that was going to be the case there with the follow-up that came in and the sustain that they had from both Fallen as well as Zafiroth. They were able to at least do a lot of damage on towards Arashi. Emotionless, sorry, it wasn't Zafiroth and Fallen, it was Emotionless and Fallen. And I'm looking at the amount of heals that came in, it was just definitely something that UndeRank has to consider every time they want to fight out. Because if you're able to just negate that damage with a crazy amount of heal, then UndeRank has got to do something in terms of negating that heals.
Yeah, and we saw both times when UndeRank tried to execute a fight onto Sadaga EBLZ, it was always this Irelia going in, Arashi leaping in with the Thrill of the Hunt and trying to go for the assassination. But Sadaga EBLZ, there are multiple ways to deal with it. They have the Soraka heal, they have the silence from the Equinox, they have the exhaust, and most importantly, the Wither. It really makes all these bruisers a lot more harder to stay in the fight and be effective, because you can't get a lot of your attacks out due to the slow. And just like the skill name suggests, Sadaga EBLZ, they will first make sure you wither and they will make sure you go down. Emotionless will get this bot tier 1, and UndeRank, they will be forced to relinquish some of that map control over to SDGR.
Very interesting indeed here between these two teams. I do like what is happening in terms of both Williams as well as Kagame. They do have their core items already done and dusted for themselves as well. Train Force as well as Bjork coming in for the side of Kagame, whereas Williams, he does have his Essence Reaver as well as his Solari Charge Blade, so that's going to give him a lot of crit damage as well in terms of him being able to do the auto attack damage, as well as being able to go so far range in terms of the siege potential that he brings to the table. So looking at how Sadaga EBLZ is playing, I think it is going to be very much in their favor here and in their best interest to siege out members of UndeRank, but they have to be very much careful at the fact that Arashi as well as Crowd will try to at least break through into the back lines.
Twin Shadows, yes, to scout out where the members of Sadaga EBLZ are. So thankfully Arashi keeps his own red buff alive. It is very, very unusual. It's very, very rare that we see a team with a Ziggs not taking out the mid turret 12 minutes in. In fact, if you look at Sadaga EBLZ's mid tier 1, that structure has been untouched the entire game. And you look at what Zafirov has, he has the Winter Fumble as well as Leandries. Oh, as on top of that, Gargoyle enchantment. So Zafirov, even though he kind of plays a support role, he can just walk up to Kagame and be like, you cannot kill me. Even with the Triforce and Blade of the Rune King, there is just no way Zafirov is going to die in any of these situations.
I mean, when you have 3 members of your team being able to go up in terms of maximum health by 65% and lowering the overall damage that is taken in for 4 seconds by 60%, UndeRank has got to be very careful on how they want to be taking this fight, because when we look at how Sadaga EBLZ is going to be pushing out the damage, it is going to play in their favor. UndeRank are now very wise. They're going to be saying, you know what, let's let you take, let's give the dragon away, let's minimize our losses here, and let's try to focus on other things that is more pressing, which is building up the top lane pressure by Arashi.
Yep, they should be able to take out the structure, but SDGR EA, they are not going to let this go unpunished. Engage from Follow with the ability charge, 3 talent slide, Kagame into the air with the Vanguard's ears, but backup coming in the form of Willem. Arashi now has to run away with Thrill of the Hunt. They're going to flash for him. Already out, Fallen not able to catch up to this Rengar. UndeRank get the structure, but they had to trade Kagame's life in return. Now Emotionless goes in with the Proto Belt, gets a good decimate. Thankfully Shanks is there, so Emotionless won't be able to get GREA with that pickup. That will go straight onto Baron. UndeRank can contest it. They have the tidal wave, but Arashi not healthy enough to do anything. That Baron is gonna go over the SDGREA, and Crown will at least try to come in for pickup. Flashes forward, instantly gets exhaust and forced to back off. Emotionless on the rampage. Execute Shank for double. Crown goes down as well. SDGRE EBLZ. They do not let up, and UndeRank gets punished.
Beautifully done here from the side of EBLZ. They were very quick to pull the trigger here. They had the numbers advantage, and they knew for a fact that Arashi was a little bit too low to contest that. And they knew for a fact that yes, even if we lose out 1 or 2 members, it is fine. We will still be able to fight out on the fact of sheer numbers, as they are able to turn it around. On instant replay brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup, and this was the fight here. Crown getting in the middle of the fight, but got exhausted immediately, decides to back away, but Emotionless comes from the side here, flanking them. Beautiful double knocks in Guillotine special.
Yeah, this guy is 7-1. The only death was from that early two-man gank, and even then, he was the one who got first blood. So if you compare Emotionless to Crown, Emotionless are still undoubtedly one of the best Baron laners, and he's showing us why. A lot of times we look at Saudaga EBLZ, you know, we look at how well everyone on the team is doing individually. We tend to overlook Emotionless on his own is a one-man army. And with this lead, Saudaga EBLZ, they are going to look for power play, and UndeRank's only chance of coming back is to get this big fight off. They get a full combo onto God Gatsby. Mega Deferable is going to take him out, but Saudaga EBLZ, they are not going to let this go quietly into the night. As Zafiro chasing after Arashi, he goes down. Zafiro flashes away, gets the winner, and Fallen goes on the 1 vs 3. He holds like everyone for UndeRank, and even though he goes down, Emotionless again becomes the juggernaut of SDGR EA. UndeRank wins the fight, but they're not going to get anything else out of that.
EBLZ losing out 4 members for the price of 2 UndeRank players here, Arashi as well as Kagame, the casualties of UndeRank, and we do see that EBLZ right now very much aggressive indeed, and it seems that the Baron buff is only going to be in the pocket of Emotionless. I think this is going to be very wise here for the side of UndeRank. They needed to pull the trigger. They needed to try to minimize whatever pushing potential that was coming from the side of EBLZ. Very, very wise choice indeed from the side of UndeRank, but did it pay too much of a big price for UndeRank here, as we do see Emotionless as well. Oh no, actually, I would like to correct myself here. It seems that all members of the side of Saudaga EBLZ do not have the Baron buff anymore, so this reset is definitely going to play in the hands of UndeRank here. 2-4 in terms of the turrets, but 4,000 gold disadvantage for the side of UndeRank as Saudaga EBLZ is trailing ahead.
They need to do it a couple more times, and I think UndeRank figured out one of the ways to really take away Saudaga EBLZ's sustainability in fight, and that is the kill of the Soraka. They threw everything on God Gatsby, they eliminate him. He was able to get the wish off, but he was not able to exhaust the damage dealers from UndeRank, and that was one of the main reasons why UndeRank got 4 at the price of 2. But can they do it once more? That is the question that UndeRank needs to answer, and they need to answer fast, because Saudaga EBLZ, you know that they have their eyes on this Elder Dragon. So if Saudaga EBLZ gets this, UndeRank will be in a world of hurt.
It could be a very bad choice here for them, as it is going to be the Drake in play. The Cloud Drake is going to come into play, as we do see Mega Inferno Bomb is going to come down. UndeRank biding their time here, but it seems that it is going to be the ward that spots out Arashi, Coffee as well as Shanks here. They've got to be very careful indeed, as we do see that Saudaga EBLZ very much concerned with trying to either reset it. By the way, it comes out, hits nobody here. Fallen is going to get hit with the bubble. Very nicely done here, but it seems that Crown is going to be in the middle of the fight. Fallen is going to be able to get down and out. Beautiful steal there coming in from the side of UndeRank. We do see that Arashi goes golden, but 2 members down from the count here for the side of UndeRank, and it seems that even though the Drake was taken for UndeRank, you see that Saudaga EBLZ wins this big, and it is going to be Baron as the reward.
Yeah, Saudaga EBLZ, they lose the Cloud Drake, the Elder Cloud Drake, doesn't matter. Now with Arashi out for half a minute, the Kagame as well, Saudaga EBLZ goes on to Baron, but Crown, you have to be the guy that stops this attempt. Doesn't seem like it though. Emotionless is in the back line of UndeRank, and Saudaga EBLZ secures Baron Nashor. Crown will be skinned as SDGR EBLZ takes 2 more. And with this Baron buff, and with the staggered respawn time of UndeRank, Saudaga EBLZ, they might be looking for the very first round of the series.
Very nicely done here, but the side of Saudaga EBLZ UndeRank right now, struggling a little bit here to defend. Only Coffee as well as Kagame and Arashi are back in play. Crown as well as Shanks gonna take the 30 seconds to come back in play. Mega Inferno Bomb goes over to the top side here to give a little bit of breathing room for the side of UndeRank, as we do see that Saudaga EBLZ looking towards resetting and coming back stronger than ever.
Saudaga EBLZ that continues to have that skating. Look at what God Gatsby has. Staff of Flowing Water, he has the Warmrock's Armor second item, and the Ardent Sensor. Sephiroth, Fimbulwinter, Liandry's, getting the Iceborne Gauntlet next, and also the Rhyolite Crystal Scepter. So all of these utilities that SDGR EBLZ has on that Dragon Laner This keeps them alive in the game and also allows them to just tank up all of the punishment that UndeRank has. Thankfully, Saudaga EBLZ hasn't taken any inhibitor turrets yet, but they will make a point to change that. So UndeRank, they need to keep deep pushing all of these waves. They're doing a good job so far, but how long can they keep up?
Yeah, how long can they keep up could be the case here, as we're going to be seeing that Saudaga EBLZ is slowly turning on the pressure. The scaling is definitely going to be in their favor here, as Sephiroth is going to be very tanky indeed, as well as going AP, which is going to be very interesting indeed here with the Leandries as well as the Rhyolite Crystal Scepter. It's going to be very much a case of even the third skill is going to do so much damage from quite a bit of range, and I'm thinking that Saudaga EBLZ has planned this out very much ahead of time already. As we do see that UndeRank right now, the biggest problem in their composition is the fact that they do not have sustained damage. They do not have a Vayne, they do not have a Zaya or any kind of ADC to be able to fight kiting backwards, and I think that's going to be a huge problem here, because if Coffee as well, oh wait, but before that, we're going to be seeing a big fight there. Fallen is in the middle of the fight. We're going to be seeing that goes the tidal wave onto Fallen, but it seems that members of Saudaga EBLZ are going to be closing out, by Beauty done there coming in from the side of Kagame to go to the backside. Arashi as well as the rest of the members here are going to go towards Sephiroth. Sephiroth has been taken out on the count. Williams very dangerously low. One more hit could take him out of this game. 2-for-1 exchange in favor of UndeRank here. UndeRank right now slowly knocking back and clapping back against Saudaga EBLZ.
All started with the pickoff onto Fallen. Zephyro goes down. This is a huge moment for UndeRank. They can try to do some damage to the turret, but it's not going to be easy. They need to get the emotional spurs, and he gets a two-man apprehend. Comes down with the axe. Crown almost leads to death. The area keeps him alive, and Coffee blows out Williams. This could be UndeRank's chance. He's out to death as well. And UndeRank, even though Saudaga EBLZ kept punishing them, they have equalized every single scoreline. They come back, they take that equalizer for the network, they take that first inhibitor turret, and Saudaga EBLZ now needs to give a bit more respect to UndeRank.
UndeRank very, very wise indeed here, pulling the trigger at the bestest time. It's not about when you pull the trigger, it's also how accurately you shoot, as well as UndeRank very much realizes the timing as well as the accuracy of their spells were definitely going to be the turning point here, as a Baron is going to come into play. Fallen not going to be able to contest this. This could be a bad time for the side of EBLZ here, as we do see UndeRank are going to be going for it. Oh, very, very much aggressive indeed is going to be Crown, and it is going to be Fallen that gets taken down for the count here. He will be revived with the Guardian Angel, but it's only a matter of time before Coffee gets the Rampage.
This is going to be a 4 versus 5. 50 seconds until the Xin Zhao comes back to life. Saudaga EBLZ needs to do a lot of work. Emotional will be caught. But the wish will be used. Williams with the Valkyrie takes so much damage! This hit! Coffee blows him up! And with that, UndeRank, they will stare down game 1. Saudaga EBLZ, they cannot hold on. Nexus blows up. UndeRank takes it 1-0.
Wow. Wow. What a fight. That is just a fight of the ages here, and despite the valiant attempts coming in from the side of Saudaga EBLZ against UndeRank, I do feel that just shows how much competition that they have to stand against UndeRank. UndeRank had a lot of heart-stopping moments for themselves here, where Saudaga EBLZ were very much aware of what they needed to do in terms of pushing the fight against UndeRank, but UndeRank took those fights that they needed to take and were able to turn it around. Let's take a look at the post-game stats here, Husky.
And the only reason UndeRank even won this game was because they picked off Fallen 2 times in a row. First time in the jungle when Fallen felt a bit too confident, jumps in for the engage, gets destroyed, comes back to life, tries to kind of, I don't know what he was trying to do. Maybe he was trying to ambush anyone from UndeRank who was going to face check the brush of the Baron, which did not happen. They commit and engage with the same spell rotation, Tidal Wave, Mega Inferno Bomb. Fallen goes down for the second time, and that was where SDGR EBLZ kind of fell. So very unfortunate decision making towards the tail end of game 1. But you have to admit, Saudaga EBLZ, at one point, it really looked like UndeRank were at their mercy.
Okay, some things to highlight here is the fact that Shanks, with the beautiful tidal waves as well as the Arco prison, were very much some of the reasons why they were able to maintain a lot of that pressure. Not to also take away from the fact that Crown as well, even though he had a little bit of a not the most satisfying scoreline, he was at least able to give a lot of interference with the backline, as well as being able to supplement the damage that was coming from Coffee, Kagame, and Arashi. And looking at it, the utilities that come in from UndeRank were just used very beautifully. If I could say, there were some tidal waves that, for the lack of a better word, les chefs kiss, Husky. Les chefs kiss.
Yeah, and I think Shanks, you know, if he runs a restaurant, that's the first Michelin star right there. But I think on the side of Saudaga EBLZ, they definitely showed us their innovation and how with their draft they always make whatever we think, whatever gets us reported in pubs work in a competitive setting. Though I think towards the tail end, not just Fallen getting caught out that led to them losing. It was also how Emotionless felt obligated to really hold back UndeRank, and UndeRank just understood how they could punish this Darius as he starts to fall off. If Fallen got picked up twice, Emotionless died twice while running back to the fountain. It was a series of poor decision making and unfortunate circumstances that led them to that defeat. But I'm sure that this is just Saudaga getting started. Maybe game 2 they will show us something else and they will start to draw blood from UndeRank.
I mean, we both predicted that it is going to go at least 3-1 here. You predicted 3-2, I predicted 3-1 here, and I thought that was going to be the first win for the side of Saudaga EBLZ, but it seems that that is not on the minds of UndeRank. They want to be proving all of us casters wrong here. They want to go to perfect 3-0, but enough about our predictions. We're going to go on a short break. We're going to be back with game number 2 of our first days of playoff between Saudaga EBLZ and UndeRank.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro!
Itu petangkap alamat. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying
nice. Alright, go. Tower first. Can. Alright, tower already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wabaka, bro! Itu kotak alamak. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kill.
Mobile Open presents you the C Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season. It's playoffs. Day 1. Game 1 is under wraps, and we're going to go into game number 2, featuring Saudaga, EBLZ, and UndeRank. I'm Han, alongside with me is Husky, and going to be your casters for today.
Yeah, and what a way to kick off game number 1. Both teams showing us something that we didn't have the luxury to witness during the group stage. And boy, it went the distance. But unfortunately, every single match needs a winner, and UndeRank capitalized on that one tiny mistake from Fallen, and they were able to take game 1. Not an easy one though, and all of this action was only made possible with our official tournament partner, Maggie Hot Cup. There's more to come, and I want to look at what Saudaga EBLZ in particular has in store for game 2. If they've shown us that kind of play to open up the series, I don't know what to expect. I think that's gonna be way more than meets the eye.
Man, okay, let me paint a picture for each and every one of you guys watching at home. It was like it's like a fight there between these two teams, and man, oh man, that turnaround that just was a comeback of the century here for UndeRank. All it took was one mistake from Saudaga EBLZ and UndeRank to capitalize, and it seems that the guard was down for Saudaga EBLZ, and UndeRank just went swinging for the fences despite being pummeled for round after round against Saudaga EBLZ. Well, let us go into the pick and ban phases here, brought to you by our official tournament partner, Maggie Hot Cup. Vayne, Galio being banned out, Twisted Fate, and Camille being banned out as well for either side to see. Saudaga EBLZ now has the first pick advantage as well. So Emotionless might most probably go for the Renekton here, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, they're gonna go for the Ziggs.
Yeah, Ziggs, pretty strong opener, not going to lie. I think Ziggs has this period where he's first pick a lot, and then he was not picked at all, and now he's kind of back in the limelight, which I do like it for Saudaga EBLZ. We've seen what UndeRank can do when you put him in the Dragon lane, and it's a very decent flex pick for any team that has more than 2 players that can play this champion. UndeRank though, sticking with the Renekton and Rengar, 2 very strong individual champions. We saw how they gel well together when they go for those ganks, but Saudaga EBLZ with the Kai'Sa Braum pick will reveal that this Ziggs is going into the hands of Williams.
All right, so this could be a very interesting one indeed here. We do see that Saudaga EBLZ is going to be drafting a little bit differently here compared to the last game. UndeRank right now, very interesting indeed. They're going to go for to Yordle special for the Yordle Bandle Gunner here with Tristana. And I like this. I do like the fact that Coffee is going to be picking up the Bandle Gunner herself, Tristana. A lot of range as well as a lot of hyper carry potential that could come with the fact that he does have the buster shot for the self peel, the rocket jump as well to be able to get away, and the charge on the 3rd skill could actually be a very strong case towards putting a lot of pressure on towards objectives as well. So I'm looking at UndeRank here. It is going to be a bit of a slow start for them in terms of try to get their engines warmed up. But looking at Saudaga EBLZ, what do you think about Saudaga EBLZ matching up against UndeRank here in terms of their overall composition?
First thing that comes to my mind is that UndeRank have a lot of mobility. They have the Rengar, they have the Renekton, the Ahri, and the Tristana. So when the fight gets prolonged and UndeRank starts taking the lead, Saudaga EBLZ probably has little to no way to get away from their opponents, that's for sure. But what Saudaga EBLZ has is a slightly better team fight comp from what I feel. They have a lot of AoE control, they have a lot of structure damage. I think you can say the same for UndeRank because of Tristana, but overall it's more of how UndeRank has a faster tempo and Saudaga EBLZ, they prefer sticking together as a team.
I'm looking at this here. Could be an opportunity for UndeRank, for Saudaga EBLZ to come back here if they play it right. Let's take a look at the keys to victory. I do think that Fallen does have to be very much the strongest influence here in terms of how they're going to be affecting the overall map. Crown going to be dropping that award very early on, going to help his mid laner Kagame push up as much as he can here. And very interesting enough, God Gatsby is going to be hanging out over to the mid side, whereas Williams is going to go towards the bottom side. Very interesting indeed. Coming in from Saudaga EBLZ, a little bit of a throw off in terms of the tactics.
With this Rengar, I think in the last game we didn't get to see too much of Arashi. Most of it was more of Coffee and Kagame doing the brunt of the work. But with what UndeRank has for this game, we can see a bit more of the power of this Rengar. You can see Fallen. So already going for the invade, doing a bit of chip damage onto the members of UndeRank and making sure that they take control and give Emotionless the best possible laning stage. So you know that Emotionless, if you compare it to Crown head to head, he's just a better laner overall. The best that Crown can do was what he did in game 1, stay even and not get dominated. But if Saudaga EBLZ forces the issue, there's nothing that Crown can do and there's nothing that his team can do.
Looking at what Saudaga EBLZ is doing, I'm thinking it's very good. They're not going to allow Crown back into his lane. And looking at UndeRank, they are actually going to go for this here. Shanks coming in with the polymorph, BTV done onto his Emotionless. They go to opposite deception onto 2. And it seems that Fallen was able to come in. First blood gonna go over to the side of Saudaga EBLZ. Very nicely done here. As Crown and Shanks here could be in a little bit of trouble. Emotionless gonna be taken down 1-for-1 exchange here. But it seems that Saudaga EBLZ bit off a little bit more than they could chew. 2 kills for the side of Shanks. Could we go for the 3 here? No, we won't. We're not going to get the 3-piece for the side of UndeRank. 2-for-1 exchange. Saudaga EBLZ, what were they doing?
Bit too greedy on their side, and I think the juggling was a bit mismanaged from the side of SDGR. Emotionless went in too early to tank the turret shots, and he ended up going down. If he could get just one more decimate off, that would have been very worth for Saudaga EBLZ. So slight mistakes, giving UndeRank the breathing space. But end of the day, I think Saudaga EBLZ, this is what they're good at, right? They're good at creating chaos. They are good at being, they're good at bringing forth mayhem. And one of the ways to punish that is to respond appropriately. I think UndeRank did it in a very good manner. It still is not enough to recover Crown's lane, but it certainly gave Crown the space that he needs.
I'm looking at what Saudaga EBLZ is trying to do here. They're trying to give as much room for Emotionless to actually pop off, and I'm thinking that's a very wise choice here for the side of EBLZ. Although that there was a bit of a mismanagement of aggro onto the top side that came from the side of Saudaga EBLZ, it isn't something that is too dangerous for them. We do see that over to the top side of the Baron lane, Crown as well as Shanks are going to be hanging out together. Arashi here gonna get as much information as can. Kagame is very much nearby. Oh, the flash coming in. The kick is beautiful, but it's not gonna be a follow-up here. And it seems that Saudaga EBLZ is trying to force members of UndeRank out of their own jungle. Very, very aggressive indeed from the side of EBLZ. But this is the problem here, Husky. If they spend too much time doing this, they might lose out on gold and experience.
That's definitely one of the concerns, but I think Saudaga EBLZ don't mind too much because they know that Emotionless, he has won his lane, and both God Gatsby and Williams, they're fine being alone. UndeRank tries to go for some sort of poke. Thankfully, Fallen has expanded his Dragon's Rage early on. I think the idea was to flash behind Kagame and kick him, but Kagame was hugging the wall, so there was no way that flash would have worked out. Good attempt though from Fallen nonetheless, but now with that information, UndeRank can be a bit more assured that they will be safe in lane and not to be afraid of all of this displacement. But SDGR EBLZ will go on and take the Rift Herald, while UndeRank will secure the Cloud Drake.
Very nicely done here from the side of EBLZ. Were able to get that Herald back into play are going to go onto the top lane, and this is going to be very much pressure building up for the side of Saudaga EBLZ towards UndeRank, and 4 members already responding to the top lane. 1 turret down for the count here in favor of Saudaga EBLZ, and it seems that they want to bite off members of UndeRank one by one, but they immediately respond with a tower of their own on towards the dual lane, and I'm thinking this could be another opportunity for them to do a tremendous amount of damage onto the top side tower, and this is where it could turn in favor for the side of Saudaga EBLZ.
Here comes the kick, connecting with the resonating strike. Kagami with the last dash of Spirit Rush gets to safety, and Fallen loses his life. Again, another good attempt, but just a bit short on the damage department. So UndeRank definitely happy with that exchange, but if you are Fallen, you are not going to mind too much. Look at what he's building. We haven't seen this for a long time. It is the first item GA. He even went for the Mercurial threat. So you know that Fallen's main concern is not about him dealing damage, but it's about him picking up targets from UndeRank and letting his team do the cleanup. That death was slightly unfortunate, but Saudaga EBLZ can easily reset because they know that right now they are stronger than UndeRank overall.
Yeah, stronger overall compared to UndeRank, and I'm looking at how Fallen is trying to set up a lot of these fights for his team, and this could be one of the ways for them to actually turn these fights around and put UndeRank in a spot of bother. We do see another 4-man coordinated dive over to the top side here, and very much a wise decision from the side of EBLZ there to get away. Very nicely done from the side of UndeRank to be able to score another turret in their favor, already freeing up a lot of the map quadrants for them to actually go in without that much contest. But immediately, Saudaga EBLZ very, very wisely pushes the mid lane as well.
You want to trade structures with Saudaga EBLZ, they would take it any day, especially when you have the Ziggs on your side. We just saw what the Blast Pack Satchel Charge can do to the structure. UndeRank, they still got the top tier 1, so not all is lost. At least there's an equal a trade with the equivalent value. But other than that, I think Saudaga EBLZ probably feels a bit more comfortable. Even though you look at the numbers right now and you see UndeRank having a slight goal lead, it's not going to bother Saudaga EBLZ too much. They still have the overall better composition to go for these kind of push, to go for sieges, and to go for team fights.
Looking at it here, we do see that UndeRank right now are going to try to build up as much of the turret push as, excuse me, not turret push, the lane pressure as they can onto its mid and bottom side. It seems that top side could be in a little bit of a bother here, as Saudaga EBLZ does have priority over towards the top side, and this could at least signify to us that Saudaga EBLZ very much wants to get back that pressure onto its bottom and mid side. This could be a response towards keeping Crown onto the top side to maintain that pressure back and at least try to make sure that his turret stays up for as long as possible. Looking at it here, very wise choices being done from the side of UndeRank, where Saudaga EBLZ also playing a very good game as well, but a little bit of a deficit here in terms of the kills.
And that was all just an accumulation of a unfortunate top lane dive and the unfortunate execute onto Kagami. Again, not too big a scheme of things. The UndeRank, they still cannot let their guard down. And for Saudaga EBLZ, it is all about keeping the pressure on UndeRank. Saudaga EBLZ knows that this Inferno Drake is going to really propel them further into this mid-game spike. They need to make sure that UndeRank don't get more than they themselves. So this will be a very important contest for Saudaga EBLZ to secure.
Very important indeed here. UndeRank were able to score in terms of one objective on the Dragon already. It's going to be the Ocean Dragon, no, excuse me, not Ocean Dragon, sorry. The Cloud Drake in their favor, going to give them a lot of opportunities to be more mobile in terms of how they move from objective to objective. We do see that Saudaga EBLZ decides to actually abort the mission of trying to contest. Oh no, I think I spoke too soon here. It seems that EBLZ right now very much concerned with picking up the Drake. Of the charm gets hit onto Zaphiroth here. Crown is nearby, but they are going to be very disciplined indeed, making sure they be like, yeah, let's just give them the Infernal Drake and let us not fight off a little bit more than we can chew.
Frank thought that Saudaga EBLZ went for the reset, and hence they also recalled, but that was obviously not the case. Saudaga EBLZ is able to be a bit more patient and just walked away with a free objective. Just they got what they came for. So at this point of time, it's kind of like game one, a very slow game where both teams, they just don't want to make those mistakes. With this Baron spawning, someone has to take that first step, and UndeRank, they've already set up vision. Saudaga EBLZ will have to respond to that.
Saudaga EBLZ now most likely going to go to the top side quadrant of the jungle, very wisely so from the side of UndeRank. They did drop down a few wards onto the front of Saudaga EBLZ's jungle. Oh boy, we might see a death brush here. Very much so. Arashi's gonna go in the middle of the fight, and we do see someone being exploded here. The main damage dealer for the side of God Gatsby have been taken out, as well as Zakharov. This could be a very hard place for the side of Saudaga to get out. There's going to be a double kill going over to the side of Coffee, as we do see a 3-for-0 exchange in favor of the side of UndeRank, and it is going to be the Baron for them.
Good ambush from UndeRank. They knew that Saudaga EBLZ had no vision based on Saudaga EBLZ's movement. They just completely caught them off guard. And they blew up both the most important cores, but thankfully for Saudaga EBLZ, UndeRank is very low, so they actually can't finish off Baron just about yet. If Emotionless gets in, he can get a pentakill. Like, just like that. So UndeRank, they made the wise decision to back off, knowing that there is no need for them to rush. They have the advantage, and it's now maintaining that grip on the game. Saudaga EBLZ, they only lost one fight. There's a lot of room for them to come back, but UndeRank have gotten themselves started and gotten themselves ahead of the race.
Very, very wise from the side of UndeRank to respect the press the ultimate button and get Penta from the side of Emotionless, considering that every one of them were very much low and could be in a spot of bother if UndeRank were committing towards that Baron. And I feel that resetting was the wisest choice for the side of UndeRank. We do see that there is going to be a bit of a lull in the action for now, as everyone is going to be jostling for a lane pressure from the top to the bottom. In terms of UndeRank, we do see that EBLZ is going to be playing it very defensively comparatively, and I'm thinking that UndeRank is going to take this to advantage here by pushing out all of these lanes and freeing out more opportunities for them to try to settle the Baron.
Yeah, and I think when you are in Saudaga EBLZ's position, especially when with this Lee Sin GA first item, GA and Triforce, there's definitely a bigger threat of Saudaga EBLZ getting a surprise engage off, simply because Fallen, whenever he has a GA out, he will tell his team, alright guys, I have 2 lives, I'm going to go in, sacrifice that GA prop to get us a kill. And that kill can actually just end the game, not end the game, but give Saudaga EBLZ a huge lead. So the name of the game for UndeRank right now is to have superior vision control, which they're constantly doing at the Baron pick, and making sure that Saudaga EBLZ don't get control and don't get the information that they want. They will jump on to Fallen, that's his GA out. Saudaga EBLZ, do they have a response? Great Glacial Fissure, but still it is insufficient as Coffee picks up the kill. UndeRank, sensing this Lee Sin in the grave, they're gonna start on to Baron as Emotionless to the beeline his way towards the Baron pit. The rest of Saudaga EBLZ will need to buy time. With Arashi low, UndeRank once more will not be able to get that objective.
Coffee was very much safe, was able to do a crazy amount of DPS as well, and I'm feeling that from the side of UndeRank, members of Saudaga EBLZ are starting to have a little bit of problems here in terms of trying to reach the main damage dealers of Coffee as well as Kagame. Arashi as well, very wisely, is going to be setting up a lot of these kills with Crown as well, with the fact that Shanks was able to come in. Oh wait, over to the top side there, beautiful apprehend, right into the beautiful spin to win, right into the Noxin Guillotine. Dunk City for the side of Kagame.
Perfectly done. And just like that, Saudaga EBLZ now, they will set up their own ambush rush. Throw the hunt is used. They see Fallen, but Fallen's gonna safeguard, close Golden, and it's gonna put UndeRank out of position. They've completely baited UndeRank into this fight, and they will punish UndeRank by taking out Arashi. Coffee will rocket jump to safety, but Saudaga EBLZ know that this is their best chance to regain that lead. It will be Baron Nashor, and unlike UndeRank, Saudaga EBLZ, they have the resources to secure this objective. Crown is poking his head in, but they're not going to be able to make it there in time, and maybe they can get a couple of punish off. Every hand pulls Crown over the wall, and they will skin this crocodile alive. Saudaga E-Blaze with 3 kills and Baron in the bag.
Beautifully done there with a side of crocodile shoes to end that for Crown. As Saudaga E-Blaze were able to score quite a big win in that turnaround here. And seeing that they will be able to get a Baron in play, this could be a big turnaround for them and could turn and negate whatever pressure that was slowly being built up for the side of UndeRank here. UndeRank's got to be very careful that they don't lose out the next few fights here, because if they do, it could spell doom for them and their hopes of going 3-0.
But if there's one team that has shown us the comeback is possible, it is UndeRank. They showed us in game 1 against the odds, against 2 Baron power plays of SDGR E-Blaze, they still came right back. This definitely won't be an exception, but SDGR E-Blaze, they know their condition to win the game, so they're gonna try to utilize this Baron power play with William 6 to try and take as much structure as they can. And UndeRank, what they did well in game 1 was to protect that inhibitor turret, so if they do that again in this game, they will be able to keep SDGR E-Blaze back. But it's gonna be the engage charm, it's gonna connect, pull Zafriel back, but Zafriel counter-engages, they drop the big bomb! And Arashi is dead. UndeRank oversteps their boundaries, and Saudaga E-Blaze will punish them for that.
Beautiful counter engage there from Zafirov, setting fissure the ranks, as we do see that UndeRank right now under pressure as Saudaga E-Blaze is knocking on their doors. Seems that this could be an opportunity for them to go equal here in terms of them trying to close it out, as we do see that the mid turret has been exposed and been taken down. This could be their opportunity to reset and re-engage again with a full resources and a little bit more confidence. It seems that Saudaga E-Blaze could actually come back stronger from this one, but not counting out UndeRank, despite the fact that they are behind by 3 turrets.
Absolutely. Thankfully for UndeRank, there is not much objectives on the map. The waves are all shoved out, so Saudaga E-Blaze, they can't get any more turrets. There's no Elder Drake for them as well. A Baron expired. So you can say that UndeRank, they still feel pretty okay, despite losing that one inhibitor turret. It could have been worse. But one more fight can really spell the end for UndeRank if they are not careful. So Saudaga E-Blaze, they are in the driver's seat. Contrary to game 1 where UndeRank got the inhibitor turret, it is Saudaga E-Blaze that has that advantage.
Alright, E-Blaze now working on getting the pressure advantage again here. Crown very wisely gonna go back here, go in with the slice and dice, go in and out with the slice and dice. Beautiful charm there going on to Emotionless. Emotionless gets polymorph, has to throw the belt away. And it seems that members of UndeRank now are going to be pulling the trigger, or at least trying to. Thrill of the Hunt has been planted out of Zafirov in a lot of trouble here. The Rampage is going to go over to Coffee. Beautiful kick there coming in from the side of Saudaga E-Blaze. But we do see Coffee right now in the middle of the fight. He's got to be very careful indeed. He does get the reset. Will be able to get away with the rocket jump, but we do see another one being taken out for the count. 3-4 exchange here in favor of the side of UndeRank. We do see another one getting taken down for the count. 4-4 exchange for the side of UndeRank, as well as the Drake.
Oh, so well done. UndeRank, they had it all. Climax, they forced out everything during that high ground push. It was that one charm that forced out the redemption, and the secondary one that causes the Firo to use the Blade of Fissure and hit no one. And after that, you had Arashi through the Hunt coming in from the side. They pinned the Saudaga E-Blaze, and Coffee on his masterful Tristana really nailed it in the Coffee for Saudaga E-Blaze. So it's UndeRank's turn with the Baron buff. They haven't gotten any structures yet. Saudaga E-Blaze will have everyone alive for this defense. But UndeRank, they just took the lead back into their own hands. And it's all off of that pick-off composition that we talk about. How UndeRank can consistently keep up with Saudaga E-Blaze if they get the lead. And we saw the demonstration right there.
Very, very nicely done here from the side of UndeRank, as well as Saudaga E-Blaze. Both of these teams being very, very much aggressive here and champions of their own fate. But it seems that UndeRank right now starting to take control of the fate of Saudaga E-Blaze here. E-Blaze got to be careful. You see that Emotionless is most likely going to be the next target here. Crown goes Dominus immediately, but instead of going to go for the commitment, they are going to go for the objective instead. And it seems now UndeRank is going to be knocking on Saudaga EBLZ's door.
Fallen coming in, gets a good kick off, and they execute Kagame. Fallen loses his life, but without this Ari, UndeRank will find it harder to catch the members of Saudaga EBLZ. But UndeRank, they don't care. They want to go for the end. Flash from Crown. They have the Nexus in their side. Coffee is too strong. Nexus once more getting brute force down. And UndeRank, 2 games in a row, takes the EBLZ.
Beautifully done here from the side of Saudaga EBLZ as well as UndeRank. But UndeRank just showing that they are a little bit more composed and are a little bit more aware of the advantages that they had, despite the fact that it was a little bit of a tumultuous journey in the opening stanza, or towards the middle stanza of the entire game. It seems that UndeRank were just very fact that let Coffee do his thing, make sure that Coffee is peeled for, and it's pretty much dunsies for the side of Saudaga EBLZ. But not to take away the performances of Fallen as well as Emotionless, but I feel that there were a lot of positioning errors coming in from the side of EBLZ that UndeRank were very much well aware of and took full advantage of as well.
Yeah, and Coffee with a 7-0 KD, that basically says everything about UndeRank. They just had better understanding, and they knew the strength of the draft. They knew how to punish Saudaga EBLZ. We saw that Saudaga EBLZ wanted to go for a push in the bottom lane, and what Saudaga EBLZ lacked was disengaged, and what UndeRank has was a ton of utilities to start a fight. Kagame with his charm, Marashi would throw out the hunt, and all it took was one blow of Kagame's kiss, and Saudaga EBLZ, they all topple over. It's definitely another example of a close game, but it's also another example of UndeRank making the best possible choice, the most important moment to win the game.
There were some really big scary moments for the side of UndeRank, but it seems that composure was the name of the game for members of UndeRank, for them to be able to muscle through, and a little bit of brute force was definitely the cherry on top in terms of ending out the game. And I felt that for the side of Saudaga EBLZ, not to discount their efforts as well, there were some really good moments from them, but it seems that members of UndeRank were just a little bit too aware of what they needed to do. The key to victory of them being able to just peel for the side of Coffee, making sure that he's far away and being able to do so much of that crit damage as well is just something to be very aware of. The fact that he does have his Navori quick blades as well, that gives him so much more opportunities to quicken those cooldowns onto his basic skills is definitely something to highlight as well, because he would just be able to draw more of those charge shots, those charge bombs onto his people, and I feel that was going to be the case of seeing a lot of the squishier targets from the side of Saudaga just explode.
Yeah, and there's very little way for Saudaga EBLZ to catch on to UndeRank's champions, simply because they have a means of navigating around the map and in the fight. We saw a lot of times Saudaga EBLZ, they have a catch, but it's only with the Dragon's Rage. So with that being said, game 2 goes over to UndeRank, and just like what happened in Saudaga EBLZ, they're slowly slipping this series. We'll go for a short break, and we will come back for game number 3 of this upper bracket semi-finals.
Lihat, tunggu sini. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat, triple kill.
Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. Taking all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing the sunrise. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through.
Terus TV. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Alamak! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Welcome back. This is the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia 4-season playoffs, and so far the grudge match between Saudaga EBLZ and UndeRank has ended with UndeRank with a 2-0 lead, but there's still more to come. It is a best of 5 after all. UndeRank one round away from earning their rematch against Bajaj Dragons in the upper bracket finals, whereas for Saudaga EBLZ, they need one more game to play one more round. I'm Husky, and of course joined by the Hound to bring you guys the rest of the series.
Man, it seems that our predictions are wrong, Husky. If this keeps up from the side of UndeRank, we might see a 3-0 game, but we're not going to cut out Saudaga EBLZ here. I do believe that despite the fact that there has been a little bit of a few sloppy plays coming in from the side of Saudaga EBLZ, this third time's the charm for them, and I'm thinking that this game, this round specifically, the round that they come back. We were discussing just now, prior to during the broadcast break, right, that there needs to be a little bit more attention given towards Williams as well as God Gatsby instead of Emotionless. What are your thoughts on that? Let's elaborate a little bit on that.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, but I think the more emphasis should be given to Williams. We are very used to seeing Saudaga EBLZ having this very unique dynamic where Emotionless is undoubtedly the strongest member. He can hold his own, he'll win the lane on his own if he has to, and Fallen will always pair up with Williams, get him a hit, and then they'll kind of 3-man death ball down the enemy team. God Gatsby and Zafiro, they both are very stable dragon laners, so even without much attention, they can start scaling, they can contribute to the fight. But what we saw in the first two games was Saudaga EBLZ shifting that priority a bit. It was all about Emotionless, it was all about that Baron laner, and 2 times in a row, it has been proven that no matter how strong Emotionless gets, he himself is not enough to win the game.
Yeah, that's going to be very important for both these teams here. I do think that from the side of UndeRank, they are very much aware of what members of Saudaga EBLZ are doing, and they're very much aware of the fact that, yeah, let Crown at least go even and not lose the lane. Even though Crown did lose the lane in game number 2, I felt that the case was set in the fact that they were able to get Coffee online very quickly and was able to hit his power spikes very, very early. And that was the case of victory for the side of UndeRank. Where Saudaga EBLZ, I think there has to be a bit of a case of, misallocation of resources here. And I feel that maybe a little bit of that early game attention should be given to Williams instead, like how you said. But enough about us speculating about the laning phase. Let's go into the pick and ban phase, brought to you by our official tournament partner, Maggie Hot Cup.
Absolutely. At UndeRank, no surprise, another Twisted Fate ban. They figure out Saudagar EBLZ's trump card for Williams. That is Twisted Fate. So no card dealer this time for SDGR. They will have to just continue to find a way around this ban that UndeRank have arranged specifically for them. Senna is out, Vayne as a response alongside the Gragas. I'm expecting a Fiora and maybe a Galio ban afterwards. Not much of a deviation. So for Saudagar EBLZ, they gotta play a bit cleaner. It was slightly sloppy for game 2. They need to polish that part.
I like what is happening here for the side of UndeRank as well as Saudagar EBLZ. Both of them very much considering the fact that they are going to go for very much the same pattern of bans thus far. It is going to be the Twisted Fate, Senna, as well as the Fiora for 3 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas for Saudagar EBLZ, similar bans as well. Vayne, Gragas, as well as the Camille. Don't want Coffee taking his Vayne. Don't want Arashi holding on towards his Camille, as well as the Gragas. So looking at what UndeRank is doing, though, very much the same pickups here across the board. It is going to be the Rengar opening up for Crown towards Arashi, and Arashi responds, picks up with the Lulu, as well as Kagame's pickup of Renekton for Shanks, as well as Crown. I'm liking what I'm seeing here for EBLZ as well. Very, very wise indeed. They are going to be going for the Ziggs, Olaf, as well as the Nami and Corki pickup.
Oh, and Saudagar EBLZ still sticking true to the core, still sticking to a composition that just completely dominates that mid game. But UndeRank have proven twice that they have a solution for Saudagar EBLZ, and it's all about punishing SDGR whenever they overstep. UndeRank, they hardly make much initiative. Most of the times it's just Saudagar EBLZ, they move their chess pieces as UndeRank decides, alright, I think Saudagar EBLZ overstep, let's punish them, and UndeRank will kind of take the win. Ari to close out the draft for UndeRank, and Saudagar EBLZ, they're going to show Emotionless his Riven for game number 3. Possibly their last game in this upper bracket, so Emotionless, he has to step up. And I think Riven is one of the best champions for him to demonstrate that.
I think this is going to be a very interesting game indeed here from the Saudagar EBLZ as well as UndeRank. We do see that the drafts are very revealing, indicative of what they want to do. Looking at it here, the matchup between Riven as well as Renekton can be rather volatile. I'm going to give it a slight advantage here towards Emotionless just because of his skill advantage over onto Crown. But we can't actually take away the fact that Crown, despite the fact that he was playing with the deficit, was able to actually have his standout moments in some of the team fights, regardless of the not the most satisfactory scoreline that Crown is actually to accrue for himself. But it is going to be a case here for the side of UndeRank to be at least very aware, because since the Riven pickup here, I'm thinking that it could be indicative for the side of Saudagar EBLZ that they want to give a little bit more attention to some of the other lanes like we were discussing just now, Husky.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing about Saudagar EBLZ is that when you have a Ziggs and a Riven, one of the first few questions that people would ask is how do you juggle these two solo laners? They both benefit a lot from getting a hit. Williams can start taking structures, Emotionless can start dominating. But one thing I think Saudagar EBLZ does very well is that they are very efficient at funneling resources and making sure that it pays off. Emotionless, again, being one of the strongest players, has shown that a lot of times you see these early trades with the broken wings into Crown. It's kind of even, but Saudagar EBLZ, knowing how Emotionless plays as a laner, he is willing to take these trades.
Yeah, there are going to be some trades that could be very much in their favor here, indicative of the fact that they have to be at least very wary of the jungle presence that could come into play for the side of UndeRank as well as Saudagar EBLZ. Starting off very much even across the board by both these players. I'm thinking that they are at least more aware of the fact that Crown as well as Emotionless are going to be rather isolated as we do see the padding may actually indicate that Saudaga EBLZ is going to go either to the mid side or towards the bottom side here. But look at the top side, the Emotionless as well as Crown, both of them almost on the same values of HP.
And this is going to continue to go on for quite a while, simply because, you know, as a Ribbon, you want to punish the enemy laner as much as possible. With a lead, Ribbon wins the lane because it's hard to trade against her. But we discussed about this. All Crown has to do is go even, and they're gonna bring Arashi to gank once more. Emotionless does get the key burst, but the damage is not enough. First blood goes over to UndeRank, and no one from UndeRank goes down. Saudaga EBLZ though responds by trying to kill off Coffee. Kagami comes in to back it up. The turret shot kills off Fallen. Oh no, they need to get Coffee. And Saudaga EBLZ, they're getting punished. That's 4 for UndeRank.
Whoa, this is just going to be a crazy one. A crazy opener here from the side of UndeRank, putting 4 members down for the count here. Emotionless, Fallen, God Gatsby as well as Zaphiroth, the first opening casualties there for UndeRank as they were able to reap the rewards.
That really stings. Saudaga EBLZ, they had the right idea. All they had to do was to get a trade. If they kill off Coffee, that's it. That will even out, but it even out the entire playing field. But instead of getting Coffee, they spilled it and they lost 3 extra members. And just because of that one mistake, UndeRank, I hate to say this, they've taken control even though it's only 3 minutes in.
Yeah, this is going to be a crazy game here. 3 minutes in, like you said very well, for members of UndeRank to be able to at least score a 2,000 goal deficit, goal advantage in their favor. Oh my god, Coffee going in very aggressively indeed here. Could be in a bit of trouble. Was able to get the buster shot off. And
man, this is definitely a tough one. UndeRank, they're gonna they will take down this tier 1 for sure, and there's nothing Saudaga EBLZ can do as a response. So if you thought that game 1 and game 2 was even, you can be darn sure that game 3 has already gone the way of UndeRank. We're only 4 minutes in. UndeRank almost has a 4k gold advantage with the Inferno Drake on the map. Saudaga EBLZ, they have to slow down. They have to understand that UndeRank will punish them if they overstep. And every time they lose this skirmish, they will lose their grip on the series.
Alright, so we do see that the punishment coming in from UndeRank seems to be coming in very strong indeed here, as they are maybe going to go for the objective focus here, as EBLZ is going to go for the Herald. We have seen this pattern actually emerge quite a bit from both these teams, where as both these teams very much aware of their positioning and the opportunities to take the objectives without much danger. And looking at it here from both Saudaga as well as UndeRank, it's going to be very much even across the board in terms of the objectives here. But it seems that the bigger win is definitely going to be on UndeRank here, on Saudaga EBLZ, because of the pressure that they're able to accrue. But the long-term win is definitely going to be on UndeRank here, because the stats, the offensive stats that they will be able to take for themselves with the Infernal Drake.
UndeRank kind of making sure that they are not letting their foot off the gas, and everything is going exceptionally well. Second turret goes down. SDGR EBLZ, this draft of theirs is all about tempo, it's all about playing fast, and it's all about playing ahead. Unfortunately, that's not the case right now for SDGR, for Saudaga EBLZ. And there's one thing that they don't want to happen, is to fall behind UndeRank. But it's what they have to deal with, so they have to slow down.
Slowing down is definitely going to be a case of a key to victory here for them. Oh my goodness, Kagame almost throwing out the Charm of Death onto. Be very much able to sidestep that beautifully, but we do see Coffee right now getting in the middle of it, trying to get as much of that DPS damage as he can onto Saudaga EBLZ here. Not even a single kill being scored from the side of EBLZ as UndeRank right now, trying to keep this game very perfect in terms of how they are performing across the board.
And we're starting to see that when it comes to marathon, UndeRank perhaps just have the better stamina to outlast Saudaga EBLZ, where UndeRank is continuously adapting and continuously, polishing. Saudaga EBLZ, they're getting a bit sloppy, they're getting a bit careless with their decisions. Their recklessness, that is their identity, still remains, but they are losing that position. Ragnarok forced out by Kagame, and Saudaga EBLZ scramble to keep their members alive. Yeah, sure, UndeRank didn't get a kill, but they get control of the map.
Yeah, but it seems that for the side of EBLZ here, they are going to be in a little bit of a bother. They have to be at least aware of the fact that an overall, a direct combat with UndeRank could be rather detrimental for them. They've got to set up some of these fights very carefully, and I feel that skirmishes could actually benefit them, provided that they don't get caught out with a counter engage from the side of UndeRank. There's quite a bit of mobility here from Coffee as well as Kagame, and Shanks will be able to do quite a bit of sustain as well as disable the advance that could come from the side of Saudaga EBLZ. But then again, we did see that Saudaga EBLZ were able to catch up members of UndeRank with the hands in the cookie jar, so to speak, in some of these turnaround events, some of these turnaround fights. But heading into game number 3 here, could be a little bit harder for them to execute moving into the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, I think Saudaga EBLZ right now, they have that late game potential for sure with God Gatsby's Corki, but it's a matter of how long can they hold on, how much of the bleeding can they stop. Now they kind of have a temporary band-aid over the wounds, but UndeRank, they don't mind taking it slow because they have Coffee, and Coffee regarded as one of the best, if not second, Sagi in terms of it as an ADC player. UndeRank, they already have the insurance policy ready to be deployed, whereas Saudaga EBLZ, they're kind of trying to chase UndeRank, but UndeRank, they're putting farther and farther ahead, and with every step UndeRank takes, Saudaga EBLZ, they will need to do a couple more.
They have to do a little bit more here if they have to be very careful in terms of how they're going to pull the trigger. We do see Shanks as well. Shanks was able to go for the polymorph, and it seems that Kagame wasn't able to hit it. Ragnarok has been hit on from the side of Paulus. Gotta be careful there. Beautiful Spirit Rush coming in from the side of Kagame. We do see Thrill of the Hunt from the flanks here coming in. Actually trying his best to get into the perfect position to try to be the jump scare kitty onto the side of Saudaga EBLZ, but Saudaga EBLZ not pulling the trigger and decides to not commit to the fight.
Good discipline from UndeRank. They forced Fallen to use his Ragnarok and check the Drake, and Fallen realizing that UndeRank actually they didn't even do the Drake much. Has to fall back, has to recall, and once Olaf is gone, UndeRank just takes the Drake for free. So again, it is just playing on the instincts of Saudaga EBLZ. It's less of UndeRank being mechanically superior and more of just UndeRank getting into the head of Saudaga EBLZ and playing off of what their enemies are trying to achieve. These sort of punishes might not see much early on, but now you look at it, almost 10 minutes in, UndeRank have a firm grip of this game. And this is the game that if they win, they're going straight into the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, upper bracket finals could be a very strong case for the side of UndeRank to dethrone what is waiting for them in the breaches in the form of Bajai Dragons. However, Saudaga EBLZ is still standing against them here, but it seems that obstacle may not be what UndeRank considers Saudaga EBLZ in this game number 3 if this keeps up. Because looking at it here, members of UndeRank very much confident in how they're going to be approaching this fight. Arashi backing away, throws out the bolas, will not be able to hit Fallen. Oh my goodness, over to the mid side there, Williams getting deleted from the game.
And Williams didn't expect that amount of damage. He had his barrier, but he did not anticipate how much damage UndeRank does. And meanwhile, Kagame gets a solo kill onto God Gatsby. And God Gatsby, he used his barrier and he still went down. Fallen, seeing crowd in this jungle, but not able to do much about that. UndeRank really, pulling ahead by mile, inch by inch. And Saudaga EBLZ are still looking for a glimmer of hope. But with every single passing second, UndeRank, just shuts the door more and more.
Oh my goodness. I don't think shut the door is the necessary way to say it, Husky. I think slamming the door is way more appropriate here, as UndeRank is just denying every opportunity for EBLZ to come back into this game and looking to be padding the record, padding the title. Not to say padding, excuse me. Let me rephrase that. Taking away the title of perfect Game 3 here against Saudaga EBLZ.
Yeah, and so far it has been looking perfect for sure. 6-0 is scoreline for UndeRank, but it's the goal difference that tells a compelling story. Almost, actually more than 10,000 advantage at this point of time. 12 minutes in, this is where teams will try to get control of Baron. This is where teams will try to go for that one big power play and attempt to put this game in firm control. UndeRank, they haven't taken a Baron, but they've already completed what's next to come, which is to completely have this game in their grasp. And Saudaga EBLZ, all of their cores, they need resources. Ziggs needs a lot of farm, God Gatsby needs a lot of farm as well. There's only so much that they can get. Jungle is getting wiped out. UndeRank is controlling all 3 lanes. Saudaga EBLZ, they just cannot afford to get caught, but they don't have vision control as well. So this is just suffocation coming in from UndeRank, and they need to get a gank off.
Yeah, but seeing that, oh wait, EBLZ right now, looks like Kagame could be the next target here, but it seems that Saudaga EBLZ now very much not too committed in towards them trying to get those kills or fights off on towards the side of UndeRank, or maybe the opportunity just doesn't present themselves here because Kagame is the most slippery of the bunch here. But look at that coffee crowd as well. Shanks gonna go very aggressive onto Emotionless. Emotionless will be able to get away though, will be able to live to fight another day, but at what cost though, as UndeRank will be able to get the 3rd drink of the game in their pocket. But at a cost here. Oh no, Kagame comes in, misses the charm, but will be able to take the Zafir off for the killing spree. It seems that Unstoppable is going to come out from the side of Fallen here. 2-for-0 exchange here. Emotionless may be the next target, as the Bolas will be able to hit from the side of Arashi on towards him. 3-for-0 exchange in favor of UndeRank, and it is going to be the Baron for them, and potentially the closing out of game number 3 and the perfect game for UndeRank.
UndeRank have forced Saudaga into such a tight corner that they had no choice but to do a Hail Mary, and that Hail Mary was Baron buff. Unfortunately for Saudaga EBLZ, UndeRank didn't even give them a chance to get that objective. The members will respawn, but UndeRank should be able to get the 2nd inhibitor turret in this middle lane. And we know UndeRank, they've brute forced their way to victory twice. This time, they were not able to do so, at least for now, but they have successfully, shut Saudaga EBLZ up.
Wow, and it seems that the door is starting to close tighter and towards EBLZ, as we do see the instant replay brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup here. Very, very nicely done from the side of UndeRank to be able to shut down the that was trying to be taken away from the side of Saudaga EBLZ. We do see that it is going to be an inevitable end, a perfect end for the side of UndeRank here, as they are very much disciplined in their approach against Saudaga EBLZ.
We've seen UndeRank at their best in the group stage, but now we're seeing UndeRank precede that, showing us the best possible game in the playoffs. Tidal Wave and Mega Inferno Bomb will start the fight. Good Aqua Prison on the 2. Emotion to get the 3. Up to get engaged up. But Saudaga EBLZ, do they have enough? UndeRank, they are just going to counter engage. And once more, they bring down the Nexus. And UndeRank makes it to the upper bracket finals. They take this 3-0.
How beautifully done here from the side of UndeRank, going 3-4 against Saudaga EBLZ, and leaving us in the dust in terms of our predictions here, as Saudaga EBLZ will have to contest in the lower bracket here. Man, oh man, has it been a bit of a journey for UndeRank. It was a beautiful and perfect game. Not even a single death experience by UndeRank in game number 3 as Williams, Fallen, Emotionless, God Gatsby, and a Zaphiroth from Sadaga EBLZ will lose this game out.
Yeah, and this has been a grudge match that everyone has been expecting to see since the group stage. So, I mean, UndeRank proving that they are just far superior than Sadaga EBLZ in this best of 5. They knocked them down into the lower bracket semis as they will, get the privilege and the honor to face off against Vajaya Dragon tomorrow. But this will conclude the night for these two teams. UndeRank just playing so well. If there is a masterclass for Wild Rift, we already witnessed it for free as UndeRank demonstrated impeccable gameplay, perfect understanding of the limits of the champions and how to punish your opponents when they overstep.
Yeah, the overstep seems to be a running theme. Excuse me, a running theme for the side of Sadaga EBLZ in the third game. And despite the fact that it was a game that was far from perfect in terms of games 1, 2, and 3 for the side of UndeRank, looking at it, it was a bit of a rolling start here for the side of UndeRank, despite the fact that the speed bumps experienced by them in game number 1 did put a little bit of pressure, not to say pressure, did put a little bit of fear underneath them. It's definitely going to show that UndeRank just adjusted, adapted, and was able to overcome members of Sadaga EBLZ in all very concisely.
Oh yeah, I think for UndeRank, it really is just a show of how in the long game and how when you understand what your opponents can do, this is the way to kind of close out the game. And we talked about this even with the Malay casters during the break, where UndeRank, they figure out what Sadaga EBLZ's best strat is, which is in the Twisted Fate. So they take out Twisted Fate, they make sure that William picks champions that does not allow him to run around the map, and they just focus on those individual lanes. Now with Williams kind of out of the equation at level 5, they can just put their eyes on sure that Crown doesn't get dumpstered by Emotionless, and making sure that whenever Sadaga EBLZ brings the numbers, they will bring more. So 3 games in a row, UndeRank refining their strat, their counter against Sadaga EBLZ, and they eventually broke their opponents.
Yeah, it seems that Sadaga EBLZ does definitely have quite a bit to work on. I feel that there was some gameplay, there were some plays that could have been executed better from the side of Sadaga EBLZ. Maybe on the strategy side, the stratagems were not actually in their favor, and I felt that quite a bit of the attention was given towards one laner rather than trying to build up some of the other advantages. But enough about that. Let us go into this interview with our lovely winner from this game. Hello, Crown.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Crown.
Welcome.
Hello.
First of all, congratulations for the 3-0. I can see the crown on your head right now, but I think we have to ask this question. How is everyone feeling?
I think everyone's feeling good now because last time we couldn't win to SDGR. Then finally we managed to beat them 3-0. I think overall, yeah, they already know who is you are lah. So that's it.
Now, a question from me, Crown. Emotionless was, and I think still is, one of the best Baron laners out there. And I think it was quite a bit of, how to say, understatement to say that losing the lane might have actually come in terms of like, yeah, we're going to lose the lane. What was that part of the, not to say part of the plan, but was that something that you guys accounted for? Was that part of the strategy? Like, yeah, we lose the lane, but we'll focus on other lanes, or was it like trying to force something out of it?
Yeah, usually I messed the lane, but then we already plan out. If I failed to get the prio, then my team will prio to other lanes lah. So we already planned this before we start the game lah.
Right, so you guys made the perfect preparation, and I think when it
Yeah.
comes down to preparation, you guys also put a lot of thought into the draft, right? We saw 3 games in a row. Twisted Fate was the first champion that you guys decided to not give to Saudaga, and for very good reasons. But could you elaborate more on why you guys went with that almost the same ban sequence for the entire series?
Face. I, this I think they are kind of good, but in the end we managed. I think how to say this kind of hard to say. I'll just say that we are improved a lot since then.
All right, last question before we call this interview to a close. Game number 1 specifically was a little bit of was a little bit of a challenge to close out, and I think a lot of it really revolved around the fact that Shanks was able to set up some crazy fights, and despite the fact that you guys were on a deficit, did you guys count on the fact that a mistake was made by Fallen, or was it something that you guys were trying to force out of them either way?
Yeah, I think everyone called for everything that they made a mistake. So this game is like when they made a mistake, then we took the chance lah. So we decided to take the chance, then we turn back the game. So we managed to take the first win on the comeback lah.
All right. Again, congratulations to you, Crown and UndeRank. I'm pretty sure you guys are going to be celebrating your win. Definitely a tale of revenge for sure. Thank you for your time, Crown. And again, congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
You can feel the atmosphere, you know. Everyone is celebrating. Crown has to ask everyone, you know, guys, calm down. I need to give this interview. I need to, you know, give everyone the affirmation that if you don't know, you better be damn sure you know who they are right now, because after that win is not just revenge, it's also making a statement for themselves, and it really it perfectly encapsulates how UndeRank comes such a long way, starting off the group stage as a very strong team, but they keep going higher.
From an unknown quality to a dark horse that could actually shake up the overall top side of the entire bracket. UndeRank is slowly but surely climbing up the ladder. I think that's going to be the case here, as Berjaya Dragons are definitely going to be watching this game very, very closely indeed. The level of improvement that has come from UndeRank is definitely impressive, but the question remains, Husky. Judging from their overall performance with Saudaga EBLZ, can it be questioned that is it enough to actually come and be a challenge towards Berjaya Dragons? I think we have to wait and see what the upper bracket has to offer for us now, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure, because right now it is very fair for everyone to just say, okay, you are good, you have improved, you have shown us that you have the potential, but the glass ceiling right now is always Berjaya Dragons. If you cannot take down Berjaya Dragons, then history will not have your name. So it's kind of this predicament where Berjaya Dragons is that bottleneck that every team has to get through. If you ask me, does UndeRank have a chance? I definitely feel like they have a chance, but tomorrow is where they will be able to make the stand. So you know, I'm glad that they are able to take the rest of the evening off to celebrate. For Saudaga EBLZ, it's definitely not over yet. Supporters of the team, they still have the lower brackets, which will also be happening tomorrow. They also get the night off, and it's just, you know, they deserve it to use it to reset and recuperate.
Yeah, I do feel that coming in from Saudaga EBLZ is also UndeRank. There is specifically Saudaga EBLZ, excuse me. I'm thinking that there is going to be a lot of adjustments, as well as a lot of opportunities for them to just recuperate and just say, all right, we made some mistakes, we made some glaring mistakes that need to be at least adjusted moving forward. And this, I think, is going to be a great time for them to just kick back, relax, get themselves a Maggie hot cup, and maybe do a little bit of analysis, review what happened and what went wrong. Because I felt that for game number 1 at least, it was a very confident and very valiant effort from the side of Saudaga EBLZ, but something somewhere just went wrong for them. And I'm thinking that from there it was just one brick away to see the castle crumble. But let's take a look at our VP for this first match.
And it has to be Coffee. flat 10 KDA ratio, 10 out of 10 for sure. He has been putting up the numbers, he has been consistent, and this is why Coffee is the up and coming superstar for fall season. This is his debut, and probably the most powerful debut that we have ever seen. Nothing much else needs to be said. His performance as the Tristana for game 2 and game 3 has been exceptional. And just like what Crown said during the interview, right? Especially game 1, they were behind. Saudagar EBLZ were poised to win the game. All it takes for UndeRank to make a comeback is to punish Saudagar EBLZ, and boy did they punish them good.
Yeah, I feel that was the case here. I don't take away from Saudagar EBLZ. They did play well, but it seems that coming in from UndeRank, the level of improvement that we have highlighted already and we have talked about is just too vast and too crazy in terms of how they were able to turn it around. The chances of Saudagar EBLZ actually put members of UndeRank against the ropes was very prevalent in game number 1, but too many mistakes were made back to back, and I felt that was going to be the case. And for those of you who don't know, we've got our showdown, a community showdown here. Team Fate Bro is going to go up against Team Lemonade tomorrow, 2 days from now, 1 p.m. So make sure you go and check it out for the showdown, paling hangat between our two influencers.
Yeah, the hottest show match for sure. We have a lot of things in store for you for the entirety of the weekend. It is the playoffs after all, so you guys definitely want to stay tuned. We don't just have the showdown paling hangat between these two superstars. We also have some secret prizes that we're gonna give away. If you guys just drop your comments in the comment section, regardless of what platform you are, if your comment attracts the eyes of our production, you might be that lucky guy to walk away with some really good goodies.
So for those of you guys who've been spending a lot of those times memeing here and there, now's your time to shine, guys. Now's your time to shine. Give us some of your best anecdotes, some of your best comedy bites, and we're pretty sure you guys will walk away with some fantastic goodies.
Yeah, and I think of that, we also have a lot more down the road, but that is for the grand final. So if you already started off the evening today with by witnessing all these matches, you definitely want to stay until the very end. We do have something right now though, at least our one and only Maggie trivia. So the question for tonight is, who is the original owner of Ash's bow called True Ice? If you know the answer, drop it in the comment section with the hashtag #MagicTrivia, and if you get it correctly, you will earn some cookies. And may the Poro that How has blessed you with knowledge, or you can just take your shot.
Yeah, definitely not this Poro that owns it, that's for sure, right? So make sure you guys give out your best answers wherever you guys like to watch, and make sure you guys stay in tune in terms of all the updates that is relevant towards a Wild Rift, especially ESL Mobile Open, by going over to ESL Malaysia and clicking the like button on our Facebook page, because that will be able to not only help us grow, but make sure that you guys stay updated with all of the throws, all of the comebacks, and most importantly, all of the memes, cheers and jeers, and of course, team rivalries.
Yeah, and with that being said, it's an explosive way to conclude that first best of 5 with UndeRank winning 3-0. Again, it's not the end for Saudagar EBLZ. They still have the lower bracket to run through tomorrow, but for now, we'll let Saudagar EBLZ recuperate, and we'll let UndeRank celebrate that victory. Coming out, one more best of 5. This one is going to be important in the lower bracket quarterfinals. Another best of 5 between Semnight and Geek Fam. Whoever loses the series will wave goodbye to the 4 Icon series. So this is going to be an intense one. You definitely don't want to miss this. We will go on a short break, and we'll be back for the elimination best of 5.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Texas. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan 2 kill.
And welcome back. ESL Mobile Open presents to you the C Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season. I'm Han, alongside with me is Husky, and we are your casters for playoffs day 1. And finally, we have we know for a fact that UndeRank will be proceeding the upper bracket. Husky, but about UndeRank and Saudagar EBLZ right up on the horizon. Sem9 going up against Geek Fam.
Yeah, and we have teased this during the pre-show where one team will be eliminated by the end of this evening, and it will be either Sem9 or Geek Fam. Both teams having a lot to prove, especially Geek Fam. You know, the legacy that they are trying to carry forward from summer has not been displayed in the best fashion due to the roster shuffle. They lost that foundation. They were trying to go for the soul-searching journey, and they need to find it right here, right now. But one thing that we have found is the answer to the Maggie trivia question that we posed to you guys earlier on. And the question was very simple. Who was the previous owner or the original owner of Ash's Bow named True Ice? So if you guys have dropped your comments with the hashtag Maggie Trivia, it's time to find out if you are correct.
Yep, and it is going to be Avarosa. So if you guys play Ash enough, you know Avarosa guides me. So you know that for a fact it is one of her voice lines. So it's definitely going to be a case here for you guys who pay very much well attention towards the lore of a League of Legends. Very vast lore indeed. I mean, if we were able to make a series or a movie about it, it would span a heck ton of hours for sure, but that's a whole other bucket of worms for us to pick out. But enough about Avarosa and Ash. Let's talk about Sem9. Let's talk about Geek Fam. Let's break it down and see what is in store for us here, Husky. Sem9 or Geek Fam?
I mean, we have the predictions later, but you know, I'm just gonna say I think Sem9 so far has shown us that they are slightly a cut above Geek Fam. You know, we've gone through this topic a couple of times, right? The roster shuffle for Geek Fam really impacted them. You know, we have a couple of roles within the team, and even towards the second half of the group stage where Geek Fam finally kind of settled down with their current lineup and they played better Wild Rift, it still hasn't been super convincing that Geek Fam is going to, you know, regain that former glory. So they have to kind of work their way up, and they made it through only because they won the last chance qualifiers. It's really rough for Geek Fam, hence I feel that Sem9 still has a better chance.
I'm thinking that I totally agree. Sem9 does have slightly better chances, but I do think that in terms of Geek Fam as well, they do have quite a bit of opportunities to make a run for it all and maybe be a bit of a dark horse against Sem9 here. I do think that there is a lot of room for improvement that could be made for the side of Geek Fam moving forward. We did see a little bit of that show itself. Last week when we were, I think, was it last week? Yeah, last week when we were doing the lower bracket the last chance qualifiers. And I'm thinking for the case of Geek Fam here, this is where they prove it all. They were very much in turn to take it all, but enough about that. Let's take a look at our community spotlight. Kashikilu Tokazusrikato, playoff icon series, meriah macam final worlds. Obviously, bro. Obviously. I mean, we try our best to make sure that it's as fun as well as it's a crazy experience. I mean, all the players themselves are having a lot of fun, a lot of colorful characters, and a lot of how to say, barbed words being exchanged by a lot of team rivalries that are, how to say, very hotter than your spiciest cup of Maggie. That's for sure.
I think Maggie might disagree. You know, we saw the ad just now. I can't beat the spiciness. That one is hot for sure. And you know, early on we did say if your comment gets picked, you might get walk away with something, and it's actually an exclusive badge. So more info will be released. We'll contact you after this. But Kashikidu, you are the first member to win that. And following up, we have Muhammad Ideal F with this 6. You know, saying, think you can dodge my bombs? Just wait for the big ones. Could be a good spot. Could be a good voice line for sure. But yeah, I understand the pain. You can dodge the small ones, but not the Mega Inferno Bomb. Not that.
I mean, the Mega Inferno Bomb will be able to cover one big lane. So I'm thinking that there isn't much room substantial amount of damage that could be experienced by you. But man, oh man, I mean, I think it is one of the biggest AOE skill shots in the game, if I'm not mistaken, from Ziggs, and definitely not the easiest thing to dodge. I mean, even with even with the arcade shift as well as the blink as well as the flash, sometimes you won't be able to get out of it.
You are gonna struggle trying to get out of it. Most of the times people just submit to their fate. But congratulations to both of our viewers who had their comments featured. You guys are the lucky one. There's more to come though as the show goes on. Obviously we've seen the triumph, and now it's time to kind of go into a sadder story between Sem9 and Geek Fam, where one team will wave goodbye and be forced to terminate their 4-season run. Sem9 vs Geek Fam coming up, best of 5.
Best of 5 indeed. Let's take a look at the lineups here. Ahej, Kazuo, Ravens, Wild Rabbit, and Swag in their respective lanes indeed here. Ahej, definitely a Baron laner not to be trifled with, as well as Kazuo in the jungle as well. Ravens in the mid lane with the Wild Rabbit as well as Swag in the duo bot lane, and I'm thinking that this is going to be a very interesting one. And if I'm not mistaken, it was it Kazuo that was the newest entry into the team, if I'm not mistaken?
No, it's Dazzle Me. Dazzle Me.
Dazzle Me, yeah.
Yeah, it's Dazzle Me. He has, he's also kind of he's the only addition to the roster, playing in the ADC role, and I think Sem9 a lot of opportunities to show what he's made of. But of course, up against Geek Fam, you need Wild Rabbit, the strongest roster. And speaking about Geek Fam, this is it. The Shang, 69, Haki, Momo, and Nyx. With Nyx back into the support and 69 being the newest addition into the jungle, we've seen how they completely dominated the last chance qualifiers, with Haki telling us that it might be hard filling in the shoes of the previous pillar Ozora Veki, but he took it up as a challenge and he was able to command that team and get themselves where they are right now.
Well, you know what they say about challenges, it can either make or break, and this is for Haki to prove what is going on for him, as we're going to be seeing the head-to-head players to watch. It's going to be Ahej and the Shang here. A little bit of graphics mix up right there, but the KDA ratio isn't too much different here, about 1 in total for the KDA ratio. Damage dealt, but a difference of 1000, total goal of 1000. KP ratio very much the same across the board here. But I'm thinking that to be working out by both these players is the fact that their overall pickups is very interesting. Both of them favoring quite a bit of the skirmishers, as one of them favoring one of those like very easy duelists. It's not so easy duelist, one of those like very in-your-face duelists with the Renekton, and another one favoring a more team-oriented one with the Camille. So we're thinking that maybe these champions could be banned out here to at least alleviate the amount of utility that could come into the game, especially the Camille. Because looking at it, when you compare a Camille and a Renekton, Camille is definitely a lot more to handle here, just because of the Hextech ultimatum, the lockdown that comes with it is definitely something to actually be to take into account, especially during the team fighting prospects here. And caster predictions are going to come up here. For Husky, it's going to be 3-0, whereas I am going to go 3-2 in favor of a Sem9. Husky thinking that this isn't going to be too much of a close game, whereas I'm going to think it is going to be more of a competition. Isn't that right, Husky?
Yeah, for sure. I had to put a lot of thought into this. I'm thinking where Geek Fam stands right now and how much Sem9 has improved over since summer. Deep down, I still think Sem9 is the better team, and perhaps this is where Geek Fam is gonna prove me wrong if they can, take a game or even take down Sem9. One thing we did see during the last chance qualifiers was Haki's best performance. He played, I think, 5 or 6 unique champions, and he basically dominated with all of them. So if he can replicate that performance and the rest of his team can keep up, I honestly think they have a good chance against Sem9.
Yeah, there is going to be a case here for Geek Fam to be able to be a bit of a spoiler against Geek Fam against Sem9. So I'm thinking that if Haki will be able to fill up those shoes well, and they did have quite a bit of time for them to actually work out a lot of the chinks in the armor, and I'm thinking that this could be a very, very interesting turn here for the side of Geek Fam to be able to be the spoiler for the side of Sem9. However, Sem9 as well is a team that I feel that isn't too unfamiliar or how to say, an unknown quality towards the professional League of Legends professional scene, and I'm thinking that the amount of experience that they're going to bring in is definitely going to ring true indeed. This Champion Select is brought to you by a Maggie Hot Cup. Take it away, Husky. Let's take a look at what's in store for us.
When you're up against Kazuo, it's all about the Rengar ban, and Geek Fam identified that Kazuo likes to play fast tempo junglers, so Rengar, Kha'Zix, Olaf, Xin Zhao are kind of on the list. Lee Sin as well. But at the same time, we've seen Kazuo play champions such as the J4 and the Vi. So the Geek Fam, they are prioritizing champions that allow Semnai to make fast rotations, kind of like what we saw in the previous series between UndeRank and Saudaga EBLZ. You have the Twisted Fate eliminated. Semnai, they focus more on the solo lanes with the Akali, Camille, and Gragas ban.
All right, a lot of improvement, a lot of time to improve for the side of Geek Fam here, as we're going to be seeing the bans as well are going to be indicative of trying to at least take away the global presence on the side of Ravens here with the Twisted Fate deny. We do see that Sam9 doesn't want the Shang getting a hold of the Akali here, and looking at it, Akali definitely is going to be one of those qualities that could be very much a stomp you and carry kind of quality that could be abused by Geek Fam. So they want to be dealing with it as well. So looking at it, our hedge as well as Kazuo locking in the Ari and the Renekton. For Geek Fam, it is going to be the Corki, the Lee Sin, and the Pantheon. What do you think about this initial 3 pickup here, as well as the Kha'Zix for Ravens?
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much expected, right? I did point out it's going to be like Rengar, Olaf, Xin Zhao, or Kha'Zix. So Kazuo gets his Kha'Zix. RH has been playing a lot of Renekton since the very beginning, even of summer, so this is no surprise. Pantheon pretty darn good in the middle lane. Most of the time he is going to be in the middle lane anyways. His damage reduction from the Aegis Assault is insane because it doesn't care what kind of damage he's receiving. He blocks it all the same. So Geek Fam have a very robust draft, a draft that runs at your face and makes sure that you go down, and they have global presence as well. We focus a lot on Twisted Fate with his Destiny, but we cannot forget that Pantheon can achieve the same with the Grand Skyfall. So with him in the middle lane, when he hits level 5, he can navigate around and get those surprise ganks off. Next gets the Rakan, and Semnai will close it out with the Lucian and Nami pick.
Well, really interesting the fact that 6ix9ine and 69 as well as Kazuo have at least tried their hands on Kha'Zix at least once in this entire tournament. I'm thinking that the familiarity of Kha'Zix by these two players is definitely going to come into play here. A lot of understanding in terms of the pathing as well. It could come into play in terms of it's the matter of who is more comfortable, who put in a little bit more hours or has a better understanding of what Kha'Zix can do, and that could be a case of shutting Kazuo down, because Kazuo is going to be playing on that Kha'Zix, and I'm thinking that this could be a case here if Sam9 decides to actually close it down. Geek Fam decides to drop it down on towards Sam9, because if they're able to deny Kazuo any opportunities for him to actually scale into the game, could be a huge opportunity for them to actually put members of Sam9 on the back foot. We do see here very much a standard start between Geek Fam and Sam9.
Here we go, elimination series between 2 powerhouses, one seeking for the higher echelon and one seeking for redemption to repair kind of a tattered legacy for sure. But one thing that has been, evident throughout the entire fall season is that Sam9 is accepted as the better team, at least on paper. So Geek Fam is definitely looking to kind of prove everyone wrong. Ravens though gets his sent on the RV once more, one of his most proficient champions. If we saw what Kagame can do with the RV, you can expect the same performance from Raven in this game.
Momo and Nyx here over to the bot side, taking a little bit of damage, taking quite a bit of the detriment. Oh wait, we'll be seeing a very, very good relentless pursuit with the double tap there from Wild Rabbit on towards Momo, taking quite a bit of damage here, as we do see a HP differential favoring a Wild Rabbit as well as Swak. Looking at it though, Swak as well will be able to provide quite a bit. Oh, under blaze right into a beautiful one indeed. Could be another opportunity for him to get it, but Wild Rabbit Ooh, we'll be able to take him down with the help of Swag, with the beautiful Ignite to get that bleed damage. And a Flame is going to be the taste of the game. But oh no, over the top side though, we'll be seeing our hedge get taken down for the trade. 1-for-1 here between Geek Fam and Sam9 in different lanes.
Both teams setting up the bait, but Wild Rabbit, he knew that Geek Fam is going to try and engage onto him. But when you're level 3 on Illusion, you don't fear. Nyx went for the execute, went in for the grand entrance, and all Wild Rabbit has to do is a sidestep with the Relentless Pursuit, and they turn on Momo. So even though RH went down, it's still a worth one for Sam9 because they got the first blood, and that means that they will get the momentum in the bottom lane for sure. It's Illusion and Nami after all, but it seems like Geek Fam, they're gonna punish RH once more. That's his second death.
Oh man, seems like that's going to be a bit of a problem here for the side of our hedge moving forward, as the Shang right now is definitely going to be enjoying quite a bit of opportunities to keep pushing over to the top side. What's really important is Kazuo here still hasn't come to assist over to the top side, despite the fact that priority is going to be in favor of the side of Geek Fam, opening them up for a gang over to the bot side though. Nyx as well as Momo taking in a lot of the pressure that's coming in. Nyx gets hit with Aqua Prison, but no follow-up for Wild Rabbit, so it seems that they are going to be biding their time here. Oh, going to be coming in with the entrance from Nyx. An entrance will not be able to hit a Wild Rabbit as he dashes behind.
At least the Shang will have a slightly easier Baron lane right now. RH did start with the Vampire Scepter, wanting to build into Blade of the Rune King instantly so that he can be that bruiser. But with 2 consecutive deaths, there's no way that he can dominate the Baron lane. But we see the Culling and the Tidal Wave used in tandem. The tag team not sufficient though, as the Grand Skyfall will come in from Geek Fam. Haki will stab Wild Rabbit and kill him off, as Swap also goes down, but not before Sam9 takes down Momo. Geek Fam trades 1, but they get 2 in return.
Yeah, I do see that this is going to be a turnaround here for Geek Fam, as Geek Fam right now very aggressive indeed, opening up against a member. Oh wait, we're going to be seeing Nyx right now in a little bit of trouble here. Beautiful grand entrance right into the knock-up onto its Ravens. 2 turret shots delivered to its Ravens here. Nothing too detrimental, as 69 may actually catch up. Oh wait, 69 in a little bit of a bother here. Will be able to get out of there. But it seems that members of Sam9 right now may be able to contest this Drake. But 69 comes back in with a very good package that comes in. Beautiful steal there, coming in from the side of Geek Fam.
Oh, unlucky for Kazuo. He missed the smite by a very tiny margin. And Sam9 did not have a way to keep the Lee Sin out. And 69 continues to pile on the pressure. He has 3 kills, just stole an Inferno Drake. This Lee Sin is very, very much ahead. And if this continues, Geek Fam, they can rely on 69 to consistently, amp out the game, amp out the tempo. Sam9, there's no way for them to contest this Rift Arrow. They'll have to give it away. And Geek Fam, they can just take this all the way to the top lane and break open that turret.
Yeah, opportunities for them to get a little bit of pressure here is definitely going to work in their favor. Sam9 here, not too much committed into the fights here in terms of the mid lane, as Haki and Nyx right now are just going to go for the reset as well as a Wild Rabbit and Swag. So looking at how Sam9 is doing, it is going to be a bit of an early game lull for them, as Geek Fam right now controlling at least the opening stanza. Kazuo hasn't much come into play in some of these turns, and I feel that this could be an opportunity for him to try to set up some kills, provided that he catches 69.
And speaking about that, they know that 69 is hovering around the area, so Kazuo will just make sure that his presence is felt. But other than that, there's nothing much more that Sam9 can accomplish. The vision game from Geek Fam has been precise so far. They are getting the appropriate areas lit up, so they know where Sam9 is at all times. But if Raven can get the charm off, it's going to be great. He baits out the Valkyrie, but Momo just sidesteps the charm. Now Sam9 still adamant to try and kill on Momo, but Haki just gonna come in with the Grand Skyfall into a good engage, but the counter engage with the Tidal Wave will give Sam9 a chance. Agent South Youth blocking most of the damage coming in from Geek Fam, from 7-9 as Geek Fam turn their attention to the top lane. They're wasting 7-9's time. They're taking the objective. 7-9 needs something quick, and they need it now. And it's going to be in the form of Momo for the grand entrance, and turret shot not sufficient. Raven just... Oh, as he survived, 7-9 will take 3 in the bottom lane, but the top lane has been completely opened up.
Oh my goodness, at what price did they pay? 7-9 here, very much committed into getting that double kill over to the bot side, definitely opening up quite a bit of a bleed here over to the top side, as Geek Fam was able to take by putting up the Shelly. Let's take a look at that instant replay here. Beautiful stuff here by Raven, Swat, Kazuo, as well as Wild Rabbit. Look at that, each and every one of them being able to juggle the aggro very, very well indeed, as Nyx was immediately shot up and taken down for the count.
The game is definitely not over yet, but Geek Fam has so far been outmaneuvering 7-9. Every time 7-9 makes a move, Haki shows up with the Grand Skyfall. You know, Geek Fam, 7-9 took 4 guys to break open that bottom lane. 7-9 only took 2. RH with his 3rd death, as Geek Fam were able to run down the top lane with Shelly. They even dent the top inhibitor turret with that 1 Shelly charge. So RH, he's not having a game right now. 7-9 needs to rely on the rest of the team to stop Geek Fam, because RH has no place with his 2 deaths.
What's interesting to note is the Shang hasn't come into play yet, with 2 turrets on the top side for the side of Geek Fam already down and dusted already. It seems that the Shang right now will be a little bit more of a relevant force here. It'll be very interesting to see how these overall 5v5 team fights are going to work out in favor of 7-9. As we're going to be seeing the apprehend right into the decimate and hit onto Wild Rabbit. Over to the bot side here, we'll be seeing a beautiful chop right to the orb of deception. Taste their fear, will be able to get that execute as Haki comes in, looking towards getting a stun, as Kazuo as well as Ravens are going to go back on it.
What a tidal wave.
Beautiful culling into a beautiful tidal wave. We'll be able to get another double kill onto the side of Wild Rabbit. Wild Rabbit, definitely the wildest of rabbits here for the side of 7-9. We'll be able to get at least 2 kills here for the price of Wild Rabbit's life.
Even though they got more kills, it could have been better if Wild Rabbit didn't die. He got knocked out by the grand entrance right underneath the turret, and he lost his life. Good news is 7-9 will get this ocean break, but they won't be able to secure much more out of that. And what we saw just now was 7-9 making sure that Geek Fam didn't get to stick together. They blow the GA of 69, meaning that 69 can't play too aggressive. They expanded Haki's Grand Skyfall, and now with these 2 out of the picture, 7-9 comfortably just went for the engage. But even then, they had to trade Wild Rabbit in return. So if you're a Geek Fam, you're not too worried with that exchange.
Entirely too worried with that exchange, and I'm feeling that that's going to be the case here. But Geek Fam right now still very much working to get a little bit more advantages in their favor here. Despite the fact that they were able to open up 2 turrets over to the top side, I'm thinking that they do need to at least spread a little bit more of the pressure a little bit more evenly across the board in terms of the map. And I'm thinking that this could be at least an indicator of Geek Fam being well aware, but oh no, over to the mid side though, culling and being used from a Wild Rabbit towards the side of Geek Fam here. The Shang as well as Nyx and Momo will be able to get away from that by taking a little bit of damage. You do see Ravens as well as Kazuo going to go for it. Oh, beautiful Spirit Rush. Nicely done from the side of Ravens there to be able to get him. But over to the mid side there, we do see a little bit of damage there being taken from the side of Wild Rabbit. Nothing that he can't come back from though, as Momo almost gets baited into it. RH comes from behind here. Very cheeky indeed, as Wild Rabbit comes in to follow up with a little bit of pressure here. Oh no, Haki comes from behind, being able to get that shutdown kill over towards him, as Haki right now fights a little bit more than he can shoot the Shag in the middle of the fight, trying to go for the upper head right into the decimate. Will it be enough for him to heal? No. Sustainability is an issue for him, as he will be taken down 7-9 with the upper hand.
Again, they lost Wild Rabbit. So you got the kills, but you cannot translate that into anything. I mean, 7-9, they finally caught up in terms of goal, but they need to, you know, they cannot convert it into much. Maybe the top tier 1, but that's pretty much it. Though I want to commend Raven's patience with that charm. He was holding onto the charm, you know, and knowing that 69 has a lot of ways to dodge it, so he waited for 69 to use a safeguard and flash, and then he throws his charm out, giving them the kill onto Lee Sin. And that is something that SMN will have to do it consistently. The mobility of Geek Fam to dodge that spell, but Wild Rabbit baited in, the kick insufficient, but the ignite might be no! Wild Rabbit still stays alive with the ebb and flow and the honey fruit. It's gonna be very healthy when every fan can pull Kazuo in. Kazuo leaps away, good Aqua Prison to stop the chase from Nyx. And 7-9, they have to be a bit more careful with how they approach these fights.
Dwag using that ebb and flow, very beautifully done, and it seems that 69 getting a little bit caught off in position here. Very interesting indeed, as Wild Rabbit right now gonna go for the piercing light. Very nicely done from the side of Ravens here to be in the middle of the fight, but we do see Haki coming back on the backside here to be able to catch Wild Rabbit as well as Kazuo down and out. 2 for 1 in favor of the side of Geek Fam.
Careless play from 7-9 once more. You have to start respecting Geek Fam's ability to get on top of you. You have the Rakan, you have the Pantheon. You cannot just run into Geek Fam and expect to get out freely. That is how this time and time again we've seen Geek Fam punish them. And Wild Rabbit, I think that's his 3rd or 4th death. It is starting to be not as worth as you think, you know, as 7-9 would have liked it to be. Like, they can't keep using Wild Rabbit. Even if Wild Rabbit gets a kill, he shouldn't die. And with all of these deaths, Geek Fam, they just take control of the map again. 7-9 doesn't get any objectives. And at the end of the day, in the long run, it is Geek Fam that has the last laugh.
And it seems that Geek Fam right now slowly coming back into play here. 3 turrets in their pockets already with a very much a small, not that substantial lead here, but with the Baron, this is going to actually put 7-9 in a position of power here. The Geek Fam right now very much coming into play. May actually be contesting this here, but it is going to be the Shang that is going to be the focus of Kazuo and Ravens, but the Shang decides to just get out of there and live to fight another day. 7-9 slowly coming back into the game here, trying to get back that Baron that they so desperately need.
Yeah, they want to go on to Momo, and Momo knows that he's going to Valkyrie to safety, and now Grand Skyforce could come in from Haki. Can he make a difference as they've already lost Nyx? Now 7-9, they're going to use their numbers advantage to try and overpower Geek Fam as Haki, he does queue up Kazuo, throws on the Aegis assault, and look at the damage reduction. He's counting it from 69, does not have enough damage as Swash to come in, misses the Aqua Prison, but it's still okay. They shut down Geek Fam, and 7-9 finally wins their first big fight.
Very nicely done here from the side of 7-9, winning it big, 1 for 4 in their favor, as Kazuo was the only casualty for 7-9. There is going to be a bit of a push here, building up onto the mid and top side for the 7-9, as Geek Fam right now maybe on a bit of a defensive here, as their advantage is starting to whittle away like sand, like keeping sand in their hands here. It's just going to slowly seep through their fingers, as a Geek Fam right now may be struggling to at least jostle up an offensive against 7-9.
Yeah, and this is what 7-9 needs to do. This is what 7-9 has, yearning to accomplish. It's just to make sure that they give a bit more respect to Geek Fam. And a bit more respect to what Geek Fam can accomplish with that draft. They can hard engage. They can easily navigate around fights. So 7-9 needs to watch the step every single moment. They should be able to get this foul. Drake 69 tries to go for a steal, doesn't get it. And 7-9, they will walk away with the objective, but nothing else can come up from that.
Okay, we're going to be seeing that 7-9 right now may actually be positioning themselves for a bit of a Baron dance here. Geek Fam are a little bit more spread out compared to 7-9, giving a bit more of a top side, a Baron side, a jungle quadrant focus, as we're going to be seeing that Geek Fam now may actually be in a position where they want to at least try to contest this Baron if it comes into play. But looking at it, it is not going to be in their favor at all, because if they decide to go for it and they lose out, they're not only going to lose out on the objective, but they're going to be losing out on so much so much pressure on all of these lanes, especially the side lanes here, considering that Geek Fam has only recently been able to get back that pressure above their lanes. So I'm thinking that Sam9 now could actually try to pull members of Geek Fam into a Baron fight, maybe.
It does feel a bit risky though, even though Sam9 has tools to facilitate that. You generally don't want to take these kind of 50-50, especially when both teams are still on even ground. One good thing for Sam9 is that RH has completely recovered from the early game deficit, because Sam9, they're just poking at the Baron Nashers, trying to get a reaction out of Geek Fam. They see members of Geek Fam, the charm lands onto Nyx, not the target that Sam9 wants to burst, because Nyx can counter-engage, but Geek Fam, they are trying to come in with the flank 69, drawing attention away from the Baron. Force the reset, they force out the tidal wave, and that means that Geek Fam now, they have a bit more control over the map.
Alright, a little bit more control here from the side of Geek Fam being used up against members of Sam9. Very wise from the side of Geek Fam to not partake in some of these fights. But Shang, what are you doing there, Shang? Very, very, very big mistake here from the side of Shang. Will be able to get away from that with a flash, but Wild Rabbit follows up as well.
Kazuo tries to kill Nyx, but Nyx will get away with the quickness for now. They also lost 69 to 79 as Kazuo and RH ganged out on him. So Geek Fam, yeah, you kill off Ravens, but you're also going to lose two structures at once. That's definitely work for Sam9. Haki is going to come in with a Grand Skyfall, but this is not going to be easy. They want Wild Rabbit. Wild Rabbit is going to use that cleanse, and the tidal whip hits on the two. Momo flashes forward into his step as RH slices him up. And Sam9 now regain control of the game. Geek Fam, they are the ones at a disadvantage.
Now Geek Fam has lost quite a bit of those advantages that they slowly built up for themselves here. Sam9 will be able to get this Baron without much contest here. Shang as well as 69 will only come back into play with Momo. So it is going to be a matter of time before Sam9 starts knocking on Geek Fam's door.
And Sam9, they are now in a position of power with that Baron buff. We'll see how much this Baron power play can bring them. And Momo has not had a good game at all. We thought RH had a bad start. We look at Momo, he is 4,000 below Wild Rabbit in the head-to-head comparison, and he's 0-6. Sam9 have effectively shut down this Corki from minute 1 up to now. And Corki, thankfully, Hanowitz going to the late game, but 69 though, not so lucky. They're gonna use everything onto him. He will go golden. And now Raven's gonna be called out, tied away to follow through. They break the GA. Good charm onto the Shang. He tried to go for the apprehend, but he gets caught. He gets isolated. He gets killed. Kazuo takes on Haki, but Kazuo goes golden. Haki gets away, but RH comes in for payback. And Sam9, they've got it. They kill off forward. 69 is alive, but it doesn't matter. Sam9 breaks the Nexus. And Sam9 takes game number 1 over Geek Fam.
Beautiful first game here coming in from the side of Geek Fam. I do like the fact that they were able to close it out really well against Geek Fam. I did think that Geek Fam did manage to basically be a bit of one of those how to say spoiler qualities, at least in the early stages of the game in terms of the map control. And I felt that Sam9 did struggle quite a bit to to steal back that map control away from Geek Fam. But I'm thinking that Geek Fam, they played a very valiant game, but I'm thinking that Sam9 just slowly bided their time and knew for a fact that they just needed to be really patient and put all their team fighting basket. And luckily enough, the cards were dealt in favor of Sam9, and Geek Fam definitely not too good of a start for them in this best of 5 series here as they drop game number 1.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of the very first game in the upper bracket between UndeRank and Saudaga EBLZ, where Saudaga EBLZ has this very huge lead, but UndeRank slowly clawed their way back, same as Sam9. They were able to face Even though we kind of looked at the earlier trades and said, okay, Sam9, they're gonna stop doing this, and they did stop after a while. Wild Rabbit, after his 4th death, stopped dying, and they were able to kind of outmaneuver Geek Fam. They were able to figure out Geek Fam's the cracks in the armor, and they capitalized on that. Individual pickups was the name of the game, but Ravens, I think Ravens is the my personal MVP for this game. He has done so much on this Ari.
I'm looking at Wild Rabbit here in terms of damage numbers, and I'm looking at Momo. I think this was a story of just playing catch up for Momo, and I'm thinking that Wild Rabbit was just very much the damage, doing the damage of like 2 champions here. 2 Momos make 1 equals 1 Wild Rabbit in terms of that damage. That's how far behind Momo was in that turn, and I feel that it was a little bit too late here for the side of Geek Fam, and I felt that the case could be said that if Momo had a little bit more opportunity to scale into the game, then the story could actually tilt in favor of Geek Fam. But still, the story has been written, at least in game number 1 though, for Sam9. But never too late for members of Geek Fam. It is, after all, a best of 5 here, Husky.
Yeah, Sam9, they with through blood, sweat, and tears, they were able to finally earn their place. But there is still a lot more to come, and I think Geek Fam, after that harsh loss in game 1, they are going to be more fired up than ever. And because they have that legacy that they need to carry on, even though it's not entirely from the one from summer, but there's still some remnants of what Geek Fam used to be, and they want to kind of forge a new dynasty for themselves. Being down Sem 1 after so much hard work to qualify from last year's qualifiers, definitely not what Geek Fam is looking for. So I am expecting them to come back stronger in game 2 for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a case here for the side of Geek Fam to be able to make some of the adjustments. However, Sam9 as well has been very much a very strong quality here moving forward. But anyway, that's enough about us and game number 1. Let us go break. We're going to return with game number 2 between Sam9 and Geek Fam. Stay tuned.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Wah, bakar bro. Itu petangkan alam mata. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. Tell me something, tell me something. Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. And that I'm sick of this friend zone. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone.
kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's on mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to
Terus Dewi. Wow! Wah, bakar bro! Itu petangkan alamak! Adakah berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill!
The Tigers of Sem9 open up this best of 5 with a victory over Geek Fam in the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia fall season. This is the lower bracket quarterfinals and elimination series. I'm your caster Husky. Alongside me is my trusty partner, the Hound.
Well, it's going to be a great time indeed. Looking forward to seeing what Geek Fam is going to bring up in game number 2. But we did discuss it just now with the BM casters off camera that it was a perfect storm for Geek Fam, but somehow or another the tide just shifted in favor of Sem9, and a lot of it was like how you poignantly pointed out that Ravens was I think the spoiler against Geek Fam, was able to gank every lane and was able to basically turn those ganks into winning qualities for the side of Sem9, whereas Geek Fam struggled quite a bit to get Momo online, and I felt that was going to be a case, despite the fact that they were able to shut down RH pretty early in the game and denied RH any opportunity to play. I felt that Geek Fam kind of lost those advantages and it just slipped through the cracks.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you know, we gave Raven a lot of credits, but I think Wild Rabbit did an exceptional job. Sure, he dived tier 1, you know, into a Rakan a couple of times, but overall, he played a clean game. If we have a head-to-head between Wild Rabbit and Momo, it's harsh to say this, but Wild Rabbit was a cut above in game 1. I think Momo definitely did his best, but game 1 was not his game. In fact, I think Geek Fam basically played a 5v4 game for the first 10 to 12 minutes with how they shut down RH, but RH was able to recover based off of how his teammates were able to navigate the map. So props to Sem9.
Yeah, there was a lot of props to Sem9 for sure. I do feel that Sem9, despite the fact that they did play with quite a bit of a deficit with RH definitely behind, and a lot of it was basically set up on the fact that members of Geek Fam were very much aggressive with how they were able to turn some of those fights around in their favor. I felt that Sem9 against Geek Fam was very much a claw back up into the realm of advantages for the side of Sem9. They had to basically slowly claw back all of their advantages away from Geek Fam, and I felt that Geek Fam did play a very good opening stanza, but they like Olympic diving, right? They failed to stick the landing. The dive was good, but the landing was just bad.
Yeah, just too big of a splash for the judges' liking. And we also, you know, slightly touched on how Geek Fam started to trip a bit, and they eventually lost game 1. Another bigger question is was that Geek Fam's best, or does Geek Fam have more to show? Right, I think that is something that Geek Fam has to answer for themselves. And throughout the entire fall season, Geek Fam has been put in a very tough position, with a lot of people doubting, questioning whether this roster is going to bring them far. And even though they made it to the last chance qualify, I think it is still appropriate to ask, is that Geek Fam at their best?
Well, we're going to go into Champion Select, brought to you by Maggie Hot up. Here we go. First ban is going to be Rengar with Sem9 going for the Camille as well. So I think we might actually see very much standard bans here across the board. We do see that 69 is going to be denied his excuse me, not 69, sorry, the Shang is going to be denied his Camille, and I think that's going to be a very wise choice here from the side of Sem9. They don't want to be dealing with the Hextech Ultimatum. They don't want to be dealing with the mobility of a Camille being able to not only split push but also stay rather healthy in terms of the laning phase, and I feel that's going to be a case that is in favor of the side of Geek Fam here, because they want to be taking away the Lucian as well as the Nami away from Dazzle Me as well as Swag. So we're going to be seeing that Wild Rabbit has been subbed out for Dazzle Me already. So this could be an opportunity for Geek Fam to throw a wrench into the cogs that is Sem9 here. The Shang going to go for the Zaya pickup. Our Hedge going to go pick up the Zaya for Dazzle Me, as Kazuo is going to be picking up the Renekton for our Hedge.
Oh man, I mean, I'm liking this. You know, Sem9, they were like, all right guys, we got game one, let's put Dazzle Me in, give him some opportunities to showcase what he's made of. And of course, the Dazzle Me, his playstyle is slightly different from Wild Rabbit. We can 100% expect a separate dynamic in this Dragon lane. Dazzle Me and Swag, you know, compared to Wild Rabbit and Swag, there is some distinction right there. But Geek Fam, they will go for a more team fight oriented draft so far. They have this tempo jungler in the form of Kha'Zix, and they have this Galio, which is most likely going to go into the hands of Haki. He has played an amazing Galio previously, so I don't see why not. Sem9, they have the answer. It's going to be Kazuo's Olaf and Swag's Rakan.
Very interesting thing to note that 7 times that Galio has been played by Geek Fam, it has a win rate of 5 wins over 2 losses. I'm thinking that this could be a case of their 6th win on the overall tournament here, if Haki will be able to keep this up. Because looking at it here, we do see that Heroes Entrance as well as the global presence of Haki is going to come into play. I do like the fact that the Shang is going to go for a Riven, but what's interesting to note is Renekton is not going to go towards our Hedge, it's going to go over towards a Ravens instead. A very physical based team of Sem9, whereas for the side of Geek Fam, a little bit more diversity in terms of their damage sides.
Yeah, Galio can stand up against magic damage early on, but if you hit him with raw brute force, then that is something that he will slightly struggle a bit more. And I like the switch up from the side of Sem9. Renekton can go into the middle lane, very decent laning stage, and can trade pretty well into his opponent's matchups. Actually, he goes even in most matchups. So now you have this Darius in the top lane that can definitely switch things up a bit. We'll see if RH will be able to have a more comfortable laning stage compared to game number 1.
Yeah, this could be a very interesting game number 2 indeed here, as Geek Fam, who has been able to make some very interesting adjustments moving forward, could actually give members of Sem9 a run for their money. But looking at it though, it is going to be a rather standard start for both these teams here, as we might not see any early skirmishes across the board. Nyx as well as Momo giving a little bit of help to 69, whereas Kazuo is going to be on his own on the top side here for Sem9. Our Hedge and the Shang, both of them exchanging blows.
And Darius is one of those few champions that you cannot just casually try and waltz in with your Broken Blades. He will auto attack you with the Crippling Strike, and that's 2 stacks of Hemorrhage. You are going to lose out in the long run. So RH has the barrier just in case. The Shang goes for full commit. Raven will block the Justice Punch instead. There is going to be the Ignite. Both of them will blow their spells, and both of them will trade their lives. It is Haki with the first blood though, but Raven was able to completely ruin the lane. So I think Sem9, they have a bigger... They got more out of that.
Yeah, Sem9 definitely was able to score quite a bit out of that. Geek Fam enjoying the first blood goal here, gonna give quite a bit of an advantage. Just a slight little advantage here for his team. But it seems that I think with the amount of push that was coming in for Sam
Oh,
9,
no.
it is going to be definitely win in the long run here. Haki in a little bit of trouble here, has to go for the Justice Punch. Kazuo as well. Ravens in a little bit of trouble here. It's going to be a very strong case here as Kazuo will be taken down for the count. The Shang as well, 69 now are going to go for the focus. The stun hit onto 2. Ravens as well. Maybe the other one that gets taken down. No, it is going to be him that gets taken down. Our Hedge almost getting hit with the Winds of War from the side of Haki. But it is going to be Geek Fam that scores out 2 for 1 in their favor.
Yep, 79 did not have enough damage to finish off Haki, which was very unfortunate. And 69's Red Buff was just enough to kill off the Olaf. That's definitely going to give Geek Fam some advantage. But, ooh, the Blade Caller does root Nyx down. So, Geek Fam, lanes, that Dragon lane still feels that it's in favor of 79. In fact, the Undertow, it goes wide, but Kazuo is an Olaf, and Swak is ready to facilitate that. Let's get the Grand Entrance off, but he does not have enough life to survive, and 79 overstepping a bit. The Undertow hits both the Dragon laners, but thankfully, they did not go down.
Swak there overstayed his welcome ever so slightly. Ikichi and Rain is to be blamed here as Momo was able to take him down for the count here. Swak experiences his first casualty of this game as it seems that a repeat of game number 1 may be in favor of Geek Fam here, as it is a very good start for the Geek Fam. Whether or not it is going to be a similar repeat, as we'll be seeing our Hedge right now in a lot of trouble here. We're going to be seeing the Shang right now hitting the ultimate, while our Hedge will be able to survive and live to fight another day. Luckily enough, 69 as well as the Shang were not able to blow. Could there be another opportunity for 69 to get it? Seems like he's not going to, or our Hedge coming in to give a little bit of disturbance here. Apprehend right into the Decimate, right into a beautiful Noxian Guillotine. But we do see Haki right now. What are you doing, Haki? It seems that you might be in the wrong place at the wrong time, but no, we do get a trade here. A bit of a very good trade coming in for the side of RH as well, 69, but it seems that it's going to be short-lived here. Haki going for the taunt with the Justice Punch. What called the Meek will be what's in store for Geek Fam's Haki.
On 2 games in a row, Geek Fam showed us that their understanding and control of the early game is superior to 79, but 79 showed us in that previous game they know how to come back from a deficit. Being able to punish 69 and Haki in that situation was great for 79. Even though they lost RH, they got more out of it and they were able to make the rotation just in time. This game feels slightly more comfortable for Geek Fam though, as Momo didn't have such a bad time, but he's gonna add full combo with the quickness. Not sufficient to finish off anyone from Geek Fam, but the trade is true. They force out the wild growth from Nyx, and 79 will take this opportunity to secure the Ocean Drake.
Well, it is going to be Sam 9 that is going to secure a very important objective for themselves. I do see that looking at what Geek Fam is going to do, they're going to be replying with an objective secure for themselves as well, giving them a bit of a push advantage with whatever lane that they decide to use the Herald on. Looking at it, it seems that early on, Geek Fam is exercising a little bit of their advantages here, as looking at the itemization, Dustway of Draktar, as well as Rod of Ages for Haki, for 69 as well as Haki respectively. Shang holding on towards the Black Cleaver. We do see a BF sword as well as the sword that gives a little bit of grievous wounds here for Momo to at least deny quite a bit of the healing. While Rabbit there in a little bit of trouble there, Ikitin Ring comes in, but look at that, there comes the Feather Storm. Momo and Nyx very wisely decide to back away.
Yep, Geek Fam wanting to put a lot more pressure, and they are doing it to the best of their abilities. Going on to Swak as well, forcing him back. They use the Rift Arrow, so they want to make something out of this. While Rabbit will flash to safety, Geek Fam should secure this turret for with no problem. Let's see if they. I think they can push this forward, because they forced Wild Rabbit and Swak to reset, and so Geek Fam, they have more space to work with. 69 kind of outmaneuvering Kazuo. Kazuo, his Ragnarok is gonna run out, but unfortunately Geek Fam can't really punish this Olaf, as Haki is low. Flash from Swak, forcing out the flash from Haki, and it's just burning resources from Geek Fam at this point. 79 stemming the bleeding once more.
Flash for a flash, Swag was able to force out a flash of his own from Geek Fam, and I do see that Geek Fam right now maybe in a bit of urgency here, as they're going to be building up quite a bit of pressure onto the mid side, while Rabbit as well as Swag are going to be giving a bit of defensive assistance over towards mid, as Geek Fam right now are going to go for the reset on mid over towards a bot side. Haki right now going to be competing with a Ravens. Bit of a swap here as lanes are going to be switched up. Geek Fam with the turret advantage.
Geek Fam slowly extending that goal lead, something that they are good at. They've been doing so in a very efficient manner, but Sam9, they've completely stopped the Geek Fam bandwagon, at least for now. With no objectives on the map, Geek Fam don't moves. Even though they have Haki on this Galio with the hero's entrance, Sam9 is not giving them the opportunity to get that perfect team fight. So as long as Sam9 can keep their pacing against Geek Fam, I think they will do just fine.
I think the pacing here from Geek Fam, I think is rather adequate. Sam9 is playing a bit of a game of catch up here, judging from what we have seen thus far. I'm looking at how Geek Fam is moving around the map, and I'm thinking that Sam9 is pretty much trying their best to build up as much priority as they can over to the bot side to offset the turret that has been scored from Geek Fam. Over to the mid side, the Momo gets hit with the knockup, while Rabbit will be able to do a little bit of damage on his own on towards Momo, but nothing too detrimental, as we do see that Geek Fam very much concerned with playing it safe and disciplined throughout the match. But over to the top side, RH and the Shank getting into a bit of a duel. Nyx and Momo now coming into the battle here, but a little bit too late here, as pressure is going to start to build for the side of Geek Fam, and it seems that shades of game number 1 is starting to come here, as Kazuo, Swag, and Wild Rabbit are going to be responding towards the mid lane push. Beautiful, beautiful hero's entrance there coming in from the side of Haki, and the chase has begun with Sam9 being the perpetrator.
Oh, what a flash!
Being chased up, beautiful flash right into the taunt, and it seems that Sam9 a bit off a little bit more than Deikachu. Wild Rabbit has to take it down. Momo getting the double kill credit here, as it is going to be a killing spree. Momo will be able to try to do as much damage as to go over to Momo for the price of Haki's life.
Oh, Haki got his taunt right before he died. If he didn't taunt RH would have been able to proc his barrier and continue to use that Noxing guillotine. So good on Geek Fam getting that important spell off right at that. They secure the Mountain Drake. They also will be able to severely damage this mid tier 1. Thankfully for Sam9, this tier 1 still stays alive, but Geek Fam, they're showing a way better game 2 compared to what we've seen previously. They're getting a lot more control, and they're able to take on Sam9 without getting punished too much.
I'm liking what I'm seeing here from members of Geek Fam as well as Sam9. I'm thinking that both these teams are very much in play. Well, let's take a look at the replay brought to you by Maggie Hardcup. That was a beautiful flash in by Haki to be able to set up that fight, as we do see that despite the fact that Haki was taken down for the count, Momo right now making up for the big deficits where he was left behind to play scaling, to play catch up in game number 1. It seems that game number 2 with the triple kill, it seems that he has more than redeemed himself. 4-0, about 3,000 goal advantage for Momo compared to Sam9's Wild Rabbit.
Yeah, the roles have been reversed for sure as Geek Fam continues to accelerate the game. They continue to widen the goal lead, and Sam9 not having the comeback that they're looking for. Wild Growth will make Haki even harder to kill, as RH did flash away, but the damage is just too much. RH pops his barrier, but that one's gonna expire and his Decimate won't come out in time. Geek Fam's gonna kill off his Darius, but Momo, he doesn't even lose his life. Wild Rabbit with the Feather Storm, and he will come down to the broken wings. As Sam9, they lose 3 across the map. Ravens might be the 4th. Heroes enter to follow up. The Shank does die to the Slice and Dice. Ravens will get out.
Very nicely done here. Ravens using his mobility to slice over 2 walls, slice and dice over 2 walls. Very nicely done from Ravens to be able to stay away from a disaster there. But over to the mid side, we do see that Ravens as well as Swag will be able to go for Nyx here as a bit of a feather slap there comes in, but you see the 69 comes in with a special taste there. Fear definitely take Swag down, but look at that. In the middle of it, RH tries to go for the Nox Agility, but was immediate animation cancelled. If I'm not mistaken, was it cancelled? I'm not entirely sure what happened there.
He wanted to use the Noxing Guillotine on Momo, but he hit Haki instead. If that one connected onto Momo, Momo would have went down for sure. I mean, Harish, you know, sometimes when you really want to get the spells off, you just tap and that auto cast connected onto Haki. Very unfortunate. Like if Momo died right there, Sam9 would have had so much space to work with. But that was obviously not what happened. So Geek Fam remains in firm control of the game and off the map. In fact, Sam9, they are in a very, very tough spot.
Sam9 right now seems that Geek Fam were very much in control, is very much in control here. Ravens right now in a little bit of trouble. Beautiful broken wings onto 2. Rock right now in the middle of everyone will be able to use his charm, at least on to 2, but the quickness is not quick enough as he gets taken down for the count. We do see Geek Fam right now very disciplined in their approaches here. 3 for nothing in terms of courage with a total of 13 kills in their pocket. Really, Geek Fam poised to take away the Baron from the hands of Sam9.
Definitely a different Geek Fam compared to what we've seen in Haki. Is going to go for the engage. They have the vision, and Wildrift is dead. With Wildrift getting caught out, Sam9 will have a 30-second window where they can't fight. 69 makes it worse by stealing away the Rid buff. 10k goal advantage for Geek Fam. A lead where in Wild Rift it is almost impossible to come back from. So Sam9, there's not much left in the tank.
Geek Fam right now very aggressive with their objective control as well as their map control. 11,000 goal advantage in favor of Geek Fam as Sam9 right now is not only bleeding gold but bleeding lead. There's only one turret in their favor, but look at that. The capabilities of Geek Fam to go in for picks onto Sam9 is definitely something to highlight here, Husky.
Swap can't really survive all these bursts. Ideally, you want your Rakan to go in for a full combo and actually and come out alive, but that's not the case. And now Sam9 is going to want to engage. The Hero's entrance is going to be huge. Ragnarok will cancel it, but it doesn't really matter. What Sam9 needs to do is to get those kills, and the chance to come in from the side. The flank is perfect. His broken wings will break Sam9. The overwhelming force of Geek Fam will make sure that Sam9 gets absolutely demolished. Sam9, they did take 3, but it is not enough as the 4 members of Geek Fam, they stay alive. With Barrett in full bar is yes, but he still needs to stand tall for 15 seconds, and 15 seconds can be a long time. Kazuo juggling the damage, soaking up whatever Geek Fam throws at him. He is finally able to stop the bleeding. He's able to stop Geek Fam from closing up the game, but the damage has been done, and Sam9, they are now in an almost irreversible state of near defeat.
Yeah, near defeat seems to be the case here for Sam9 as Geek Fam right now playing their cards right and playing the cards very, very close to their chest. 8 turrets in their pocket, close to 20,000 gold advantage in favor of Geek Fam. Compared to Sam9 right now, it seems that Sam9 is slowly playing for time here as Sam9, oh no, Momo flashes forward here, Ikiji Rain as Wild Rabbit out of position, don't know what he was doing there, as we see another one get taken down and bite the dust here as Momo gets the legendary kill credit. Kazuo tries to get away, goes in for a beautiful pursuit from Momo here, and this is going to be game for a Geek Fam as they're going to be able to close it out.
Yeah, this is most likely it. Geek Fam came back strong as Sam9 once more pushing out the early game to Geek Fam. But unlike game 1, Sam9 was not able to find an avenue to crawl their way back, and Geek Fam series.
Very nicely done here. I think our first equalizer of the entire day today for playoffs day 1, and it seems that Geek Fam will be able to go at least 1-for-1 thus far in the second round, going over to them. And I feel this is going to be, like we have predicted, a very, very, very interesting fight. Hold on to your Caps, ladies and gents, and summoners from across the world. This is a Geek Fam and their post stats here. A perfect game from Momo. 69 can't say the same for him, Haki, the Shang, as well as Nyx. However, victory is still a victory here. 22-10 with a total crazy differential between Geek Fam and Sam9 in game number 2. MVP score is going to go towards Momo, but SVP going to go to Swag, understandably so. A lot of those fights were definitely started out by Swag, but at the end of the day, I felt that Sam9 just dropped the ball in game number 2.
Yeah, they definitely did. When you draft, Olaf, Darius, Renekton, the one thing on your mind has to be dominate the lane and not allow your opponents to get a hit. But Geek Fam completely defied that. They got a hit regardless, and because of that, Sam9 had to play catch up the whole game, like you mentioned, and they were just not able to catch up. There was no way. There was no scenario where Sam9 was able to find a convincing win, that convincing turnaround against Geek Fam, and it all came down to how Geek Fam dominated the early game like they did in game 1, and also came down to how Geek Fam's draft facilitated what they wanted to accomplish in this game.
There were some interesting turnarounds here for Sam9. However, Geek Fam were the biggest winners in this turnaround here, as this match is definitely going to get heated between these two teams. I'm predicting that between Geek Fam as well as Sam9, I'm looking forward to seeing how game number 3 is going to communicate to us what kind of adaptations or what kind of changes are going to be made by Sam9 to face up against Geek Fam, because Geek Fam played those early games really well, similarly to game number 1. However, the difference is Ravens wasn't able to affect all those lanes and wasn't able to because of those effective ganks. They were able to shut down all of these gank potentials that came in from the side of Sam9, and props to Geek Fam for making the necessary adjustments into game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we both agreed on, Geek Fam, they are not going to go down quietly just like that, especially when the whole tournament lives are on the line. So what better way to prove their resilience by equalizing this best of 5? Now we are kind of back to square one. It's a best of 3 for these two teams, and with that said, I think Sam9, they need to start looking at that early game, because Geek Fam have perfected the first 7 minutes of the game. They are constantly shutting down Sam9. They're constantly making sure that Sam9 is behind. So Sam9 need to find a way to break free of that, and we'll see if they can do it in game 3 after this break. Do not go anywhere.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wabaka, bro! Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuat?
Let's take down the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know, we'll take it. Yeah. You know Mark, South Stuff. Types to never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hearing none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. And you know the flow got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aye.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. Bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it down the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know, we'll take it round and round.
Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes. I'll close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. I'll stay gracefully, and I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
Bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round again.
I've been with you for as long as I can remember, and you stood by me and held up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy.
Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa.
And we are back. ESL Mobile Open CU, the C Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season Playoffs Day 1. And man, oh man, has it been exciting. My name is Hound. Alongside with me is my trusty sidekick, my trusty co-caster, Husky. And man, oh man, it's a doggy dog day here from Sam9 and Geek Fam. Both of them going 1 for 1, heading into game number 3.
Yeah, Geek Fam had a great start for game 1, not able to close it out. They polished that. They had a great start in game 2, and they made sure that Sam9 was not able to recover at all. It came down to kind of the Dragon lane, I think. Sam9 playing a bit, like even in game 1, they were playing very, very aggressive, but they went kind of unpunished. Game 2 was definitely not the same case, as Geek Fam were able to capitalize and really make sure that Sam9 know their place. So right now, with this even score, I think the burden of proof lays more in Sam9's hands. Based on how they play, I feel like Sam9 has a lot more to work on compared to Geek Fam.
I'm thinking that there is going to be quite a bit of work, like you said, cut out for the members of Sam9. But Geek Fam, looking at how they've been controlling the early game and the opening stanza of games number 1 and 2, I'm thinking that this is going to be a very, very, very interesting game. That's going to put a bit of sweat on the brow of members of Sam9 here moving forward, because looking at it, I felt that there were a few interesting decisions that were made from Sam9, like a few times that SWAT was going into some of the fights, and I think the itemization of the Rakan also was a big question mark moving forward. But maybe, just maybe, we might see that in game number 3 that Sam9 may make some changes to the draft, and maybe we might see some different changes in terms of maybe the top lane. I think it was 2 games in a row where we saw Renekton, I think, was it Renekton being picked up by RH?
No, RH played Darius in the second game. Second game, it was a Renekton mid by Ravens.
Yes.
Yeah. I think they were lacking in kind of the pick-off. Again, it's all about winning the early stage and not letting your enemy get a hit. But no, Geek Fam was able to get a hit regardless. So if you compare Renekton to RE, I'd rather have that RE going into the late game compared to a Renekton. This is a game 3 though. Let's see what Sam9 has changed going into this. Geek Fam still sticking with the Rengar ban, not wanting to give Kazuo his favorite kitty cat. Sam9 will respond with a Camille.
All right, our champions pick and ban brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. Get yourself a hot cup today, and it is going to be a very interesting one here. I think very much even bans across, similar bans across the board here. We're going to be seeing Nami being banned out again. So that's definitely going to be a respect ban towards Swap. So I don't know whether or not Dazzle Me is going to play the game, going to be playing in this round, because we did see Dazzle Me's name come up on the overlay. However, it was Wild Rabbit that was in game number 3. Don't know whether that's going to be the case. The Shang immediately going to go for the Lulu pickup. I think a very wise choice. I think Nyx was paramount in terms of using the polymorph to be able to turn up a lot of those initiations that were started by Sem9 up on its head, and I felt that definitely worked out in favor of the side of Geek Fam. Moving forward, this is going to be interesting to see that our Hedge is going to be picking out the Ari for Ravens, because we're going to be picking out his Lee Sin 69, not going to be deviating from the path here, and be holding on towards the Kha'Zix. Has been very successful in game number 2 thus far. I don't think he's going to be changing a broken formula that he's going to be picking up the Kaisa for Momo here, and I think it's going to be very much similar to game number 2 in terms of the composition.
Yeah, any spells that can render your champion useless for a certain duration is powerful, and the Whimsy is one of those spells. Polymorph is better than a taunt, better than better than everything. Honestly, better than all the disables in the game. Sem9, they did lack that kind of instant disable, so they will compensate for that. Now they have Dazzle Me on that Varus. The Chain of Corruptions can definitely facilitate that. A lot of burst, really strong laning phase, decent scaling as well. One of the few champions that is not afraid of trading with you. And normally when you have a Varus, you will want someone who can hard engage, like a Braum, like a Leona. And when we talk about hard engages, Swap is no stranger to that. We might see somewhat of the pick, but he decides that he's gonna go with Janna, at least for now. And it's confirmed that it will be Wild Rabbit playing in this game for sure. I think Sem9, you have to retain that full lineup.
I'm really liking the Janna pickup here. Sem9, a lot of opportunities for them to disengage some of the fights that could be started off from members of Geek Fam, and I'm thinking that looking at it, Chain of Corruption as well is a very good supplementary supplementary CC that could be chained up with other members of Sem9 as well. I do like the turnaround that, looking at how Sem9 has been playing in game number 1, they were able to turn it basically the game on their heads against Geek Fam because of Geek Fam's apparent inability to stop Ravens from rotating and catching members of Geek Fam off guard. So I'm thinking that Sem9 right now has to play like similarly to how they played in game number 1, so that they turn up the heat a little bit, contest all of these really important picks against Geek Fam if they want to stay relevant and stay in this matchup and win game number 3. However, looking at it here, Shang as well as our Hedge are going to be maybe exchanging some blows over to the top side, but we're going to be looking at Haki as well as Ravens here. Very interesting matchup between them.
Yep. Riven into a Fiora, a lot of skills involved. It's all about timing, it's all about anticipating each other's move. A good Howling Gale to start off the trade. You would have liked it to hit Momo instead of Nyx for sure, but nonetheless, any kind of trade, any kind of poke is valuable early on, especially when you have this Varus Janna, where you will have superior damage, damage mitigation, and a lot of control compared to what the Lulu has. So that's something that Sem9 can capitalize on.
Alright, we're going to be seeing now Wild Rabbit taking a little bit of damage from Nyx and Momo here. Gotta be a little bit careful. Doesn't have that much sustain from Swag, but same can be said from Momo and Nyx as well. But over towards the mid side here, a little bit of the power of the moon here hitting on towards Ravens. Over towards bot side. I do like the poke advantage that Wild Rabbit has here with Piercing Arrow, but looking at it, it does have, it has to be said that Momo does have quite a bit of a burst advantage here if he's able to hit on full charge of the Ichithian Rain, especially when the Ichithian Rain hits that AD threshold where it does more in terms of more missiles are released. So it has to be very much considered here from the side of Sam9, how they're going to be doing it. Oh, Geek Fam are going to be giving a little bit of attention here onto RH. RH immediately going for the flash here. Very nicely done onto 69. Got to be careful that he doesn't get it
Okay, good
off.
barrier.
Oh, beautiful stun by RH.
Yep, and the riposte not enough, but the lunge! RH! Oh no, he misplayed that. He could have survived. I mean, Geek Fam, the only reason they went for the dive was because it was a cannon minion. It was a cannon wave. Or else it would have never worked out. But man, RH with that dab, it really will hurt him. So the only way for Sam to compensate for that is to make sure this bottom game works out. He already used the wave shoved out, and with Haki coming in, he has a chance to get a good moonfall. Here comes the chance to start it off. Haki will use the barrier, moonfall only connecting onto 2. Kazuo still loses his life. Haki doesn't even die. And Sam9 once more suffering the same fate in this early game.
Wow, beautiful stuff being shown by Haki. Coming in, knowing the limitations of his champion though, despite the fact that he was outnumbered, he was able to use the moonfall to disposition members of Sam9 and set it up really well for Momo and Nyx to follow up. And I'm thinking that it was just starting out to be a Geek Fam day here, moving into game number 3, as a Geek Fam right now are looking to try to get ahead by quite a bit. A bit of a slow push here being built up from the side of Haki. Wants to deny as much of his wave as he can from Ravens here. Very wisely done here from Haki, showing very good mechanics, but sees that Ravens was at least able to salvage himself one cannon minion.
Again, Sam9 just... When it comes to the early game movements, Geek Fam are so good at it. So just because of that, Geek Fam once more have a pretty strong lead, considering it's only 4 minutes in. You know, we said that RH shouldn't have even... Like, he plays so well. It could have been a highlight reel of outplay if he didn't go down. But because of that depth, there's no way that RH can, you know, comfortably stay in lane. He will always be pressured by the Shang. He will always be pressured by potential ganks. And he will never gain lane priority for himself. That's the reality that RH has to deal with in this case. In 69, you know, he was thinking about the gank, but pretty tough to execute in the top lane, so he's looking at Scuttle Crab. Twin Shadows from Swap. However, there's no one there to follow up, and there's also a ward that spots out Sam9, and they will not get anything done. Kazuo though doesn't even get the steal off. Hey, actually he does, right? That's something.
Yeah, definitely something for them here, as we're going to be seeing Sam9 going to be repositioning themselves back towards the bot lane. We do see a reset coming from Ravens as well as the Shang, so some of them are going to be able to hit their item spikes here, as the Shang will be able to complete his Trin Force. Look for him to be a bit of a nuisance against RH later on. RH going to be using that Black Cleaver. Kazuo going to be going for that first item Black Cleaver as well, instead of going for the playmaking Lee Sin build. But we're going to be seeing that Geek Fam very much showing their understanding of what they need to do in terms of contest the objectives, as Sam9 as well is going to come into contention. Bit of a one-to-one fight here between Shang as well as RH. 69 positioning himself on the backside of the Baron Pit. We do see a very beautiful knockup there coming in, but this could be a very huge problem here from the side of Geek Fam. Geek Fam be able to get at least 2 members down for the count, as well as the Herald. Sam9 not only losing 2 members, but the Herald as well.
Once more, they could not kill anyone. And Geek Fam, like you said, understands their draft better than Sam9. Especially when you have the Kai'Sa, you'll always arrive at the fight first with the killer instinct. While Rabbit, there's nothing he can do. Even if he started walking the same time as Momo, he would never be a part of that fight. And Sam9 knew that. They knew that they had to force something, but that something never happened. And I believe the Rift Herald might have helped out Geek Fam a bit. The charge actually knocked Kazuo and Raven back, if I'm not mistaken. So misfortune on top of misfortune is what Sam9 is dealing with. This is starting to get out of hand, slowly but surely. They lost that mid-tier 1, which is the most important turret that Sam9 needs to hold. So Geek Fam, they can take this chance and start taking over control of the map.
All right, we're going to be seeing that Sem9 right now are going to be playing from the back seat again, as Geek Fam is very comfortable in the driver's seat here. Now, Geek Fam have been operating. Their rotations have been unrivaled, as Sem9 is playing catch-up here for game number 3. 69 Nix as well as Momo going to be playing on towards the bottom side, as Haki is going to be leading the charge. Might be a bit of a dive onto Ravens here. Ravens as well as Swap, very wisely so, decide to back away.
Textbook play from Geek Fam as they just rinse and repeat the same modules. And so far it has been effective. It has been to their liking. Because Zuo, 3 games in a row, he hasn't been super active or efficient on this jungler. And who can blame him, right? He's died twice. And Geek Fam, they're just so quick to respond. Look at this. They're making their way towards the top lane, and Sem9, they are forced to back off. They cannot get any ganks off, even if they try. And now, Chain of Corruption is out onto Haki. Kazuo tries to go in for a response. Moonlight sucks in 2. Haki's already out. RH uses the Broken Blade. Flashes forward, doesn't get a kill. Haki escapes, but thank goodness there's the monster from Swap to protect RH. And Geek Fam wants to survive, but Ravens wants to make a difference. Kills off Haki. Momo will try to get away. The Zephyr slows him down, but he is out of range. So at least Sem9 gets something in return.
Despite a very messy attempt there from Sem9, they were able to salvage 1 kill onto Haki. Seems that the first casualty for Geek Fam is going to be Haki in this turn, with 8 minutes on the clock, 8 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock that has elapsed already. We do see that Geek Fam is very much comfortable ahead here, with about 8,000 gold advantage in their pocket already. We do see that Sem9 has quite a bit of work, quite a bit of a mountain to climb in the form of Geek Fam.
Definitely a tough one, for sure. When your enemies have such a big lead, it is paramount that you don't make a single mistake. Kazuo will steal that Scuttle Crab, get whatever resources that you can secure around the map. And Sem9, they know how important this tier 1 is, but they just don't have the resources to take it. Like, there's no one to dive, there's no one to go for the isolation. I mean, Kazuo can do that, but he's definitely gonna die for it. And it's not even guaranteed that, the target that he goes on will perish. So Sem9 will just have to accept the fact that if Geek Fam has the entire team around, Sem9 needs to go for the pickoff, or else there's no way they can take these fights.
Skirmishes may benefit Sem9 for sure, but it seems that Geek Fam is denying any opportunities of skirmishing for Sem9. But oh no!
Oh, what?
It seems that it is going to be a delivery system here by Kazuo onto Ravens, but it seems that a missed time charm will be a missed opportunity for Sem9, as 69 will be able to get out of there with his life, as Geek Fam right now will look to not repeat those same mistakes again. Seems that as soon as 69 was trying to be on his own, it seems that Sem9 tried to capitalize on that mistake. Luckily enough, the timing was just not in the stars for Sem9.
That must have hurt for Sem9. That kill was pretty straightforward, pretty easy. They could have gotten it, but maybe they'll get it this time. Forcing 69 away. They should be able to secure the mountain break off of this. But Geek Fam, they're ready for a fight. Haki gets hit by the Howling Gale. Good job, West. Follow up, there is there. Kazuo securing the mountain break. They need to survive this fight. Haki has the welcome to stay alive as the Shang is in the front line. The Canted Ray and the Ignite burning down RH. She actually dies as Geek Fam now with Shang flashing forward, gets charged, but still takes down RH. The Shang is the grand duelist and no one defies her. Geek Fam taking 2 kills for himself, might be a third as they found Wild Rabbit. What are you doing there? Isolated and alone. Momo will use his killer instinct to find the third as Geek Fam will slaughter Sem9 left, right and center.
Perfect killer instinct there from Momo with the follow-up and discovery from Nyx to get the polymorph, and it seems that Geek Fam is poised to strike again against members of Sem9. Sem9 now may actually try to contest this, but they've got to be careful. The teleport is coming in. Could be an opportunity for them to steal here. No, Kazuo denied that opportunity. Was able to get down the Shang here for the revenge kill, but it came at the cost. Momo right now going to cleanse himself to get away. Will be able to get away and live to fight another day.
Sem9 did their best Maybe they can do it again. Raven goes in, gets the chance, no cleanse, but there's the wild growth though. Momo staying alive, still healthy, finally dies, but Haki is in the house. And Haki will cleave 7-9 apart. 7-9 got what they wanted, but they lose everything that they hold dear to. 4 deaths on 7-9. And Geek Fam, they should be able to work their way into the base, but Haki is not done yet. Gets hit by Chain of Corruption, kicks back. Why did you overextend, Haki? Why did you make that rookie mistake? Nonetheless, Geek Fam, despite losing to Diana, still have firm control of the game.
Control seems to be in the pockets of Geek Fam here. As we look at the instant replay brought to you by Maggie Hardcup, this was where the turnaround just worked in favor of a Geek Fam. Momo was able to get in the middle of the fight, but look at that Haki there. Just decimate everyone. Being able to get the double kill credits here. We do see Kazuo as well, 69 here. May actually exchange a little bit of fights. Don't know whether or not Kazuo is going to be trying to come in. Ravens as well, SWAT are going to be not too far behind here to give a little bit of assistance in case in case Kazuo needs. But looking at how 7-9 is performing, doesn't look like it's a very strong and bright future for them, as the pressure is starting to build in favor of Geek Fam against 7-9.
7-9 definitely have the advantage of pickup. They have the charm. They have the, they have their own FedEx system with the Dragon's Rage. They have Chain of Corruption. A lot of ways to catch Geek Fam off guard, but Geek Fam have ways to survive as well, especially with the wild growth. And now, looking for Raven, 7-9. They need to get out without a single death. Momo cleanses the charm, and Raven will be jumped on. He is instantly dead. The Dragon's Rage was a bit too late. Kazuo tries to counter-engage, but the wild growth will keep Momo alive. And 7-9 will have to deal with the absence of Raven for 30 seconds. They should be able to still hold on, but every single death just makes it even more painful for 7-9.
This is going to be one of those turnarounds here for Geek Fam. After a miraculous game 1 where 7-9 was able to scrape some kind of a victory over, Geek Fam seems to be like thinking to themselves, never again are we going to give 7-9 an opportunity to do so, as 7-9 is being shut down at every turn here, Husky, and it seems that there is going to be another option for Geek Fam to close out against members of Geek Fam is going to be closing out against 7-9, as they are going to at least zone them out, and Infernal Drake is going to be taken uncontested yet again for the members of Geek Fam.
Yeah, Geek Fam should be able to walk away with this for sure. There's nothing that 7-9 can do in this situation but to just give Geek Fam what they want. Now Geek Fam will have their eyes set on Baron. Thing is, 7-9 will have to try and make something happen. And it seems like Wild Rabbit, he might have got caught. Flashes away, throws out the Chain of Corruption, which goes wide. And because of that, Geek Fam will have a free reign over this Baron. It's up to Kazuo to make this happen. Even then, it's only a lifeline for 7 to stay alive. Kazuo, can he do this? They have vision. Kazuo to go in, gets the kick, sends the bug out. Kazuo steals Baron! He flashes away, but Geek Fam wants to punish. The monsoon is just not enough. Geek Fam still shuts him down, and now 7-9 will have to play with mad disadvantage. With Baron Buff in the advantage, as RH desperately wants the Shang fly, but the Shang will still get out. But at least 7-9 have Baron Buff. At least they have that lifeline.
7-9 now could be in a huge problem here. Could be in a huge predicament, as Geek Fam right now may actually be able to at least try to turn this around, despite the fact that there is going to be a bit of a steal from 7-9 to at least how do I say this, push the game back a little bit. But let's take a look at the Mega Hot Cup replay here. Beautifully done from Kazuo to come in with the steal. Even though the steal is definitely going to come into play and at least push back the inevitable doom that is Geek Fam knocking on 7-9's door, what can 7-9 do to come back from this is to get back pressure, to try to retain more control. Looking at how Geek Fam has been performing, It seems that every move that Sem9 make has been calculated by Geek Fam and is being shut down at every open door.
Yeah, Geek Fam, you know, it's kind of prolonged. For Sem9, it's kind of prolonging the inevitability. Even though they got the Baron, they were able to get some lane control back. But look at this, mid lane tier 1 still standing, still pretty healthy. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, you have the Fiora, but that Fiora is just gonna keep stick pushing. Sem9 finally breaks this structure, but Geek Fam, you see how the Shang is padding. Sem9 sees this. Now they have to decide how do they do the chain of corruption goes wide. That is not a good start, and because of that, Sem9, you have to back out right now. TP is gonna come in from Kazuo. They need to return to the base. Raven will buy time for the team, but the rest of Sem9 need to keep running, and Momo's not gonna let him happen. Raven goes down, and this might be Geek Fam's chance to close out the game. Swat's gonna be chased as well. The Captain Ray executes him. The Shang gonna send Wild Rabbit away with the grand challenge, as Sem9 completely blows it. Geek Fam right now have 40 seconds to work with. 5 versus 3. Sem9 have Chamber of Corruption back up online. But Geek Fam, they're gonna slowly walk their way forward because Kazuo wants to go for the kick, but doesn't find it because there's no Dragon's Rage. So Sem9, all they can do is defend this space, and Geek Fam, they know that victory is in sight. Sem9 will have to force to go for the reset, and Geek Fam will settle for 2 inhibitor turrets.
This is going to be the song that Geek Fam is singing all the way to the victory screen as they close out on members of Sem9. I'm thinking that Sem9 has to be very, very wary of how they are mobilizing themselves to counter the pressure that is coming from Geek Fam. We did see that there was a little bit of hope being breathed into the life of Sem9, but it seems that Geek Fam just pulls away the life side. They are just very well aware of the advantages that they have, and they are able to just make sure that they don't catch themselves overstaying. And even though Swap was able to use the Monsoon to be able to at least give a little bit of sustainability, it seems that the level of commitment that came in from Geek Fam to just pull the trigger definitely was the undoing of Sem9 in that third. But we do see now the Shang as well the rest of Geek Fam now are going to be responding to this Baron here. Sem9 trying to be very much in play. Beautiful, beautiful goal here coming in from the side of 69. 69 will be able to get away from that, but look at that. Decimation is going to be in on the menu here. And what is being served? The Sem9 and the casualties of Sem9 indeed. Haki as well as Ravens here exchanging a little bit of banter amongst themselves. It is going to be an ace for the race to the base, and no one is going to be waiting on the finish line except for Geek Fam as they close out the game.
Yeah, Sem9 unfortunately not able to mount the comeback despite their best efforts. I think Geek Fam just shown us that they have finally identified the vulnerable points of Sem9, and they attack that part of Sem9 and shut them down. 2-1 is the score for Geek Fam. One more game and they will be, continuing the lower bracket run and face off against Saudaga eBLZ tomorrow. But for Sem9, they have one more chance, and it is not looking good for sure.
It's definitely not looking good for them, and I feel that Sem9 just dropped the ball on a lot of these exchanges here. I'm thinking that looking at how Geek Fam were just a step ahead, and not even a step ahead, a cut above for everyone. I felt that that's going to be the case here. Let's take a look at the post-match stats and break it down for us, Husky.
Perfect game for Geek Fam. A near perfect game. 20 kills to 4. Nyx is 0-0 and 17. Momo with another flawless performance. As I think Sem9 right now, what they need to kind of fix is they actually, all of the lanes, maybe except for Ravens. 2 games in a row we saw how RH was getting brutally punished, and we saw every time Geek Fam tries to go for an early gank onto RH, Sem9 will try to respond with their duo lane, and it just goes down the drain. They just wet the bit. So it's something that Sem9 needs to think about and perhaps try to adjust. You cannot let this happen 2 games in a row. And yeah, I don't know where to begin. It feels like Sem9 are really getting sloppy, especially in this game 3 where we had RH having probably the best outplay, and then he just instantly slips and he gives first blood away, and follow up by, you know, 7-9's bottom lane dying as well. So the numbers says everything. Geek Fam had a clean game. It went on longer than expected, but nonetheless, it was just Geek Fam written all over the scoreboard.
I have nothing much to say, to be honest, Husky. The stats here. I'm looking at the fact that Geek Fam was just Geek Fam was just. I really don't know how to say this. Geek Fam just read 7-9 like a book. It's kind of like playing chess and knowing what move is coming next. You just know what to do, and you just know that every time 7-9 moves their pawn piece in one direction, Geek Fam just thinks 3 steps ahead, and immediately those doors, those windows of opportunities are closed up so violently and slammed so hard and shut. I felt that 7-9 has got to really pull up their socks moving forward and basically work to make sure that they play the perfect next 2 games, because if they lose this out, it's going to be game over for them.
Yeah, and most importantly is just how Geek Fam continues to impress everyone. You know, this is the best performance I've seen from Geek Fam in the entire fall season, and I can't wait to see what else they have in store. One more game sets them apart from victory, and one more game for 7-9 to have a lifeline. We'll take a short break and we'll be back for game number 4 in this elimination series.
Lihat, tunggu sini. Wah, bakal bro. Itu kotak. Alamak. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan berhasil.
Trust your abilities, gather the energies, pull yourself back together, and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be a victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're playing for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know it's down. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out.
Terus TV. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Itu pertandingan alam mata. Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
2-1 is the scoreline right now between Geek Fam and Sam9 in this lower bracket quarterfinals. Elimination series, best of 5 for the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series MY. This is the fall season playoffs, and my name is Husky, joined by Hound to bring you guys all the action.
Gonna be a really good one here. ESL Mobile Open C Icon Series has been a heck of a ride. The fall season says a fall from grace, a fall from championship, a fall from dominance. And it seems that Sam9 is falling really, really hard because one team that is not unfamiliar, that is not a stranger to falling, is Geek Fam. From the last chance qualifier up until now, it has been a tumultuous journey. But the level of improvement that is being shown by Geek Fam is tremendous. And we are seeing it come to fruition for Geek Fam. One more win away for Geek Fam stands in between them and the next stage of the playoffs. And I am excited to see what we have in store for all of you at home.
Geek Fam are potentially one game away from making history. So if there's any time to make history, this is the best time to begin because tournament lives are on the line. A lot of people have been doubting Geek Fam since the beginning. I admit that even us sometimes we look at Geek Fam's initial run and we thought to ourselves, are they going to make it? I think even teams like Insomniacs has had a good chance, but Geek Fam has proven that stance falls time and time again. And right now they are at the cusp of eliminating Sam9. A team that was in 3rd place in summer Icon Series. That is actually crazy.
It is. If you asked me a few months ago after the roster shift, Geek Fam would be a threat. Not to say a threat, but a viable menace towards all the top brackets. I would have said maybe give them a little bit more time. But it seems that the time that has been that they have had, whatever limited time that they've had, Husky, has been put to good use, and it shows in the games. It has been very dominant, with the exception of game number 1. I feel like Geek Fam is playing at another level, and Sam9 is just catching up. This Champion Select is brought to you by our official tournament partner, Maggie Hot Cup. Here we go, our potential final game of today if Geek Fam is able to close it out.
Yep, Rengar's banned out again. No surprise if Geek Fam goes for the Lucian Nami once more. It was the pick that it was the only game. Nami's going to be banned out. Gragas for the side of Sam9. They need to start thinking about other bans. I don't think their previous bans was the issue. I don't think Camille was the issue. That they finally banned out Lulu. Nyx has been incredibly annoying on this Yordle. So Sam9 is going to eliminate that. They take out Diana as well. Geek Fam sticking with the Lucian ban.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very much standard across the board here. I think what's interesting to note is the Shang right now has access to his Camille. So this is going to be one of those moments where...
Here we go.
Oh, yep. We said it just now that Swag is definitely going to be picking up his Leona very, very soon here. And I'm thinking that this is going to be one heck of a game coming in from Sam9. It's all or nothing for them. All chips are in the basket as it is already, and I'm thinking that this is all or nothing for them. It's go hard or go home for Sam9. I'm thinking that if this does not work through for Sam9, then they'll have to at least be wary of the fact that they need to, go back to the drawing board. But that is just us getting ahead of ourselves, Husky. What do you think about these pickups thus far?
No surprise there, Momo getting his hands on Kai'Sa for the 3rd game in a row. There's only so much bans Sam9 can work with. I like the Alistar compared to the Senna. I think Geek Fam hover over Senna for a while. Alistar doesn't care about Leona. Yeah, you drop the full combo, he just uses Unbreakable Will, and you know, like good luck trying to burst out the Alistar. That is never going to happen. In fact, he's the last guy that Semnai wants to go on. Coupled up with Haki, coupled up with the Kaisa, you have guaranteed crowd control to proc the Killer Instincts. And now Geek Fam bringing in the full team fight with the Galio in the mid lane and the Olaf in the jungle. I'm gonna say this, I think just based off of the draft, Geek Fam have already won. Their draft is just so much stronger.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very, very interesting game for sure here, Husky. And I don't know about you, but this moment is definitely a scratch hit moment for sure, because the draft is definitely a wild one indeed from Sam. We've seen crazier things thus far for sure, but it's going to be quite a bit of a... It's going to be a bit of a hero's journey here for Sam9 if they want to be able to come back up and be able to take down Geek Fam by a few hedges here. And looking at it, this could be a problem for Sam9 in so many ways, but then I don't want to get ahead of myself. We don't want to be counting out Sam9, but Geek Fam has just been on a tear. They have been on a tear. It's been 3 games in favor of Geek Fam already. 2 games in favor of Geek Fam already out of the total 3 games. Sam9 has got to play these next 2 games perfectly.
Yeah, and their draft kind of made it hard on themselves with how they drafted. I never really liked Fizz as a 3rd pick. I think it just reveals too much. Like we saw what happened when Geek Fam picked Fizz for Haki. And all you had to do, couple of hard crowd control, couple of tanky champions, and yeah, just good luck to the Fizz, you know? Good luck trying to assassinate someone, and it's not gonna happen. Even if you want to kill the Shang, he's gonna ultimate him to dodge your Chum the Waters. You wanna go on 69 Haki on Nyx, they don't care. Momo has to kill the Instinct to get the extra shield. It is just so tough. Like if I'm Ravens, I have no idea how I'm gonna play this game. Even the laning stage is gonna be tough when you're up against this Galio. So everything is stacked against Sam9, and it's also an elimination match. So Sam9, they're playing this on hard mode right now.
Definitely a slice of hard mode is definitely going to be the case for Sam9 here, while Rabbit as well as Swag. It's got to be very careful indeed here, because the fact that Swag picked up Leona and Nyx immediately picks out the Alistar just goes to show that Geek Fam is just like, yeah, you go for the Leona, you try to come in, we'll just like headbutt you into the tower, or we'll just headbutt you back away. So I think Geek Fam is able to at least negate quite a bit of the pressure that is coming from the bot lane. So over to the top side, though, Shang right now going to go for the sweep on towards our hedge, as Kazuo and Ravens are going to be securing that Scuttle Crab. Over to his mid side there, Haki and Nyx give a bit of attention on towards the mid lane.
Sam9, they know that they have to be active. They know that they have to keep trying to make something happen. If this game goes even, Geek Fam will have a better chance of winning. So Sam9 needs to be very proactive. They need to, find as much openings as they can. And this is why Geek Fam, they are just reacting to what Sam9 wants to do. Sam9 rotates, Geek Fam follows. Sam9 shows up on bot side, they start warding the bot side. So Geek Fam, the whole game plan right now is to go even, whereas for Sam9, they need to get a hit.
There has to be more opportunities for Sam9 to at least start up a siege, some siege potential. But the problem is, right, they don't have some long-range spell slingers, and I feel that's going to be a problem here. A lot of their kit actually revolves around the fact that they need to get up close and personal against Geek Fam, and this could go against the fact that while Rabbit does quite a bit, or does kit actually wait, but before that though, Nyx and Swag, both of them now going to be exchanging quite a bit of blows here. Two-shot barrage comes out from the side of Wild Rabbit onto his Nyx. Will be able to heal up quite a bit. But over to the mid side though, Hextech Ultimator will be started out by this side of the Shang here. Unstoppable is going to be 69 with the Ragnarok, but the flashes have been blown by at least 2 members here for the side of Sam9. Definitely would.
And without the Ragnarok, Ravens will draw Chum the Waters, but there's no follow-up with Haki there to protect 69. And 4 games in a row, including this one, RH has lost that top lane. And when I say lost, it's just in terms of the laning stage itself. The Shang is always a level ahead of RH, but also, you know, a bit of credit to 69 for providing that facilitation. So Sem9, you know, I think Geek Fam, they are outclassing Sem9 so much in the early game that they always put Sem9 on the back foot. And we've seen Sem9 not really the most proficient team when it comes to playing from behind, even though they've made a comeback in game 1. But to ask Sem9 to consistently do it is a very tall task, especially against a team like Geek Fam, who has found their voice in the game and who has found the perfect formula to control Sem9.
And I'm thinking that the control that is being exercised by Geek Fam is putting members of Sem9 up against the ropes here, and it's going to be rather hard for Sem9 to at least be wary of that fact and try to regain back the control. But over to the top side though, our Hedge as well, the Shang, both of them exchanging blows here with the Shang coming out on top. Over towards the Drake, 69 Momo now are going to be going for the Drake as the True Shot Barrage comes a little bit too late and worse for wear. 2 objectives being taken up here, but each of them going to go towards Geek Fam and Sem9 respectively. With Sem9 winning a bit of the push potential here with the Rift Herald being taken up.
Yeah, Ravens cancelling the recall of Haki, but ends up losing half of his health pool. So Haki was like, alright, I guess I'm not going to recall. Instead, I'll shove the wave out once more. Like, Raven, you can't do it. You can't do it. Taunt you, Justice Punch, you will lose half your health. It's never a trait, never a good trait, you know, into a Galio, especially when you are an assassin. I think Sem9. Yeah. This is probably the most even game so far, though we are still behind in goal. You see 69, he's making switch to the top lane. They have the intention to dive, but at least Swak is nearby.
I'm looking at how Sem9 is actually moving in this lane, and I feel that they're a little bit more responsive towards a lot of the rotations that Geek Fam is doing, and I feel that that's going to be a slight key to victory here. Not only matching the rotations, but creating some rotations for themselves like they did in game number 1, where Ravens was such a beast in terms of rotating and creating opportunities for Sem9 to be able to get some advantages with beautiful stuff there. The power of the sun onto Haki as well as the kick there. It is going to be some of the waters on it, but oh my goodness, a little bit uncoordinated here as Nyx as well as 69 were able to come in 1-for-1 here as Haki and Ravens are going to be casualties from each team.
Geek Fam got the better win simply because they are able to siege this mid-tier 1 and take it for themselves. Would have been even if this structure was protected, but once more, it's the wave not in favor of Sem9. I mean, it's very wishful thinking. Yeah, they got the kill, but they lost a tier 1 mid. So, Geek Fam, they are just winning out on this trade. And we need to start looking at 1-for-1s and just try and get more out of it. Going even is never the option for Geek Fam in this game. And going on Hakis like that, getting the kill, I would rather it be someone else.
Yeah, I would rather it be that as well. Don't know whether the worth is going to work in favor of the side of Sem9. We do see a 2,000 goal advantage starting to build for the side of Geek Fam here, as members of Sem9 now are going to be at least moving into better positions. We do see Nyx right now going to be hit with the True Shot Barrage, and it seems that the true target of that True Shot Barrage was going to be Shang, but we'll be seeing there the power of Sun has been dropped as we do see Swak being taken down for the count here. Wild Rabbit trying his best to poke him down, but it seems that Momo with the Ikitian Raid will be the last bit of damage that's needed. Haki comes in with the hero's entrance. We'll be able to take the Kazuo as well. 3-for-1, and it seems that that fight did not benefit Sem9 at all.
Nope, they use everything to try and kill off the Shang, which was never going to happen. They have the control, but they just don't have the damage to kill this Camille. No, just like we said, just from the draft alone, Geek Fam already won the game. And now they're leading 6,000 goal advantage. Jump the waters, will force out the Ragnarok. Sem9, they cannot chase this. This Raven's Fist is just so ineffective, and RH, she's dead. Geek Fam.
Man,
they are...
Found your
I hate to say this, they're running away with the game. 69 is gonna die, but look at what Geek Fam is doing. They're getting the tier 2 top. And while Rabbit's getting challenged by the Shang, Ultimatum comes down, the Shang is going to execute him in a 1 versus 1, the knockout blow. So, I mean, I am at a loss of words right now.
I'm struggling to find those words that you have lost, Husky. I just don't know what's going on. It seems that despite the fact that this is a bit of a closer game, the objectives tell a different story for Geek Fam as well as Sem9. Sem9 just slowly bleeding out, and they are basically on a sinking ship that is plugged full, pokes full of holes, and they are slowly trying to cover one hole, but they don't have covered those holes. It seems that Geek Fam is just playing on another level, and Sem9 is just playing catch up. I'm not going to... this is in no way trying to take away the efforts of Sem9, but facts are facts that Geek Fam just is operating on the secret sauce here, and Sem9 is just struggling. Look at that again. We do see Wild Rabbit being caught out. Oh my goodness. Husky, I don't know what to say anymore, because every time someone is alone,
they die. That's the finisher right there. Every time someone is alone, they die.
It's just unfortunate here. Looking at it, it's just Sem9. Look at that, 69 comes in, forces out a flash from Kazuo. This is not a Sem9 I recognize for sure. I mean, I'm not trying to say that this is like a this is a stomp for sure. I mean, it's too early to say it because Sem9 can still come back theoretically, but with a 10,000 goal lead for Geek Fam and a total of 4 turrets in favor of Geek Fam, I feel like Sem9 is just waiting away at the fact that they're just trying to stave off the inevitable push and the overall dominant fall, not say dominant fall, the dominant drop of the hammer that is Geek Fam.
This is a complete outclass from Geek Fam right now. I mean, Geek Fam, when they were in summer, the whole premise of Geek Fam, the whole persona of Geek Fam is control. They play a very controlled game, and once they get control, it's very hard to break free of that. It's a very calculated, very meticulous playstyle. And when when fall began, they lost their identity because of the roster shuffle. Not anymore. They're seemingly able to force their own, even refined it. The True Shot Barrage. Look at Haki. He took 0 damage. That should not be the case. How can Sem9 even expect to stand a chance when you are not dealing damage to Geek Fam?
I think that for the side of Sem9 here, a lot of things is not actually working their way in terms of the proactivity. The proactiveness of Geek Fam is definitely coming into play. Sem9 is reacting a little bit too slowly comparatively. When we look at game number 1, a lot of it actually was determinant from the fact that Geek Fam was a little bit slow in terms of catching out the rotations of Ravens, but now as the fact remains that Geek Fam has made the necessary adjustments and the fam has effectively woken up, it seems that doom is being spelled, but this turnaround here could be a little bit of life being breathed, a little bit of hope for the side of Sem9. But no, I mean, Nyx is just like, yeah, whatever, I'll just take that damage and I'll return you a few more when the opportunity arises. Another turret is gonna bite the dust as the 6th turret is gonna be taken down by the side of Geek Fam. Sem9 seems to be very much behind by 13,000 gold.
That was everything that Sem9 threw at Geek Fam, and all they got was 50% of the Alistar's HP. That's it. They actually don't have the damage. They control every single spell, and maybe Momo will be the only guy that they can kill off. Everyone else is just way too tanky. Geek Fam knows that they are unkillable. They are just trying to stall, well, not really stall the game. They're just trying to find an opportunity to punish Sem9. One isolated kill to spell the end for Sem9 in this fall season. And Geek Fam, they have their eyes on the objectives. Will be the Ocean Drake. This will go to Geek Fam uncontested.
Yeah, no contest here, definitely. It is a contest only Geek Fam is participating in, and they are definitely going to be the winners of that. Over towards the top side though, we do see that 69 has been taken down by Kazuo as well as Ravens. Looking at the itemization though, as well as the goal line, it just tells a whole different story of Haki as well as Ravens. Everyone on Geek Fam is ahead by a significant margin. And even then, I mean, 600 goal isn't a terribly huge margin to be behind here from the side of Haki compared to Ravens.
The new leader has stepped up for sure. No, Veki might be out, but Geek Fam have found Haki, and now with the Hextech Ultimatum into the Hero's Entrance, well, Rabbit is dead! They will slaughter this Rabbit and send him to the Butcher House. 7-9 getting completely ran over. Geek Fam have found 3 quick kills. This might be it. Ravens and Kazuo are the last vestige of 7-9. But Geek Fam, they smell blood. They smell the lower bracket run. They smell victory. And most importantly, they smell revenge. They have been humiliated in that group stage. They have been completely walked over by certain teams. They have been doubted. But right now, they are showing us that they can also rise up. And in fact, Ravens will walk into a taunt and a Justice Punch into a knockout polarized. He goes golden. But you know what else is golden? The trophy for Geek Fam. As Raven tries to get away and Nyx gets kicked away from this fist. Raven survives, but the 7-9 dynasty might not, as it is slowly crumbling.
As we do see that Geek Fam right now looking towards ending the game here on a strong suit. 7 kill differential between themselves with a total of 16,000 goal advantage in the favor of Geek Fam. I'm looking at how 7-9 is playing. Despite the fact that they're doing pretty well in terms of them staving off the inevitable, it's only a matter of time before Geek Fam closes it out against a 7-9. It's going to be the last fight here, the last vestige of defense stands in 7-9. If they're able to ace this up, they may deny quite a bit of opportunity for Geek Fam to close out the game. But a win may not be on the horizon for 7-9 unless a miracle happens in Squawk. Trying to dominate for position, and we do see a double knock up there onto his Ravens and RH. This is going to be a hard problem for them. We do see RH go golden. It is going to be a very hard part for him to be able to survive. But here goes the taunt right into 3, but it's going to be a huge one here as Wild Rabbit is going to be next to be taken down as well as Kazuo. Wild Rabbit will be able to get taken away, but it is going to be game over. M9.
I am speechless. I mean, holy crap! The Geek Fam forged, the legacy has been revived. This is Geek Fam at its peak. What an upset against 7-9. I think everyone's prediction goes out the window, down the drain. But Geek Fam just showed us what Wild Rift is all about. How you can, you know, come back stronger. And this is just them dominating 7-9. They are the new dark horse. They are the new dark horse for sure.
I really don't know what to say here. Geek Fam just closing up very, very, very dominantly against 7-9, and I'm feeling that the worst case scenario for Geek Fam was they were, yeah, we'll just take the L at the last chance qualifiers. We'll take more time away, and we'll be able to improve, and that would have been the worst case scenario for them. But the best case scenario for them has happened. They were able to just improve, like astronomically improve so quickly in such a short amount of time. In my opinion, the biggest if Geek Fam was a chart, right? The chart would just go on the y-axis straight up across the x-axis, and that's just so much of improvement over time in such a short amount of time. And it just goes to show that Geek Fam put their hearts and soul into it. Can be seen that just from this performance alone, that despite the fact that Sem9 did have a valiant game number 1, games 2, 3, and 4 just goes to show that Geek Fam were just like, yeah, we're clapping you guys out of the game, and we would like to apologize, but it's not our time to curl up and die anytime soon.
I mean, Sem9, it is. I think no one would have expected Sem9 to, be out of season that fast and out in 5th place as well. Look, definitely, if people just look at the numbers alone, Sem9 wouldn't be satisfied with this result. They were 3rd place in summer, but they're 5th place in fall. But that's the nature of competition. You just have to keep up. And Geek Fam showed us that they didn't just keep up. They stooped what Sem9 used to be. They made Sem9 felt like a former shell of themselves. But in reality, it was just Geek Fam being able to polish and repair what was broken within 2 weeks, and just showing everyone that efforts they do pay off.
I don't think it was even 2. I think it was maybe like a week and a half.
Oh yeah, a week and a half. Yeah, to be precise, yes.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be precise, a week and a half isn't exactly a long time, to be honest, right? To make some crazy improvements, but it seems that the time that they use in that short amount of time, efficiency, I think, is the name of the game here for Geek Fam. Despite the fact that we had our criticisms, we had our points where we were unsure of what the future holds for Geek Fam and their place in the tournament. It seems that they not only proved this wrong, but they proved themselves that with the short amount of time that they had, the level of improvement is just mountainous.
Yeah, I mean, Geek Fam, graceful in defeat, humble in victory. But with this, triumphant one over Sem9, they definitely earned some bragging rights. And, I'm ready to be served some humble pie by Geek Fam for sure. I think, it's appropriate for everyone to start admitting that, hey, maybe this Dark Horse story, even though no one expected Geek Fam to be the one holding the torch, but they're carrying it well, and they're carrying it in a very unexpected way that challenges probably the whole hierarchy of our power rankings. Our predictions can go wrong until the grand finals, and it would be fine, because this is what forging your own path is all about. I think Geek Fam has finally embarked on that journey.
I'm thinking so too, and I feel that's going to be the case here for the side of Geek Fam. I'm thinking that if Geek Fam were to be placed on the tier list, I would have put them maybe in the B, somewhere around the B tier, B minus tier. I mean, between B and C. Right now, they're definitely in the AB tier for sure, because looking at how they've been performing, the tempo that they've been playing at, and most importantly, the proactiveness of the picks against Sem9, I felt that's going to be a case to see that there is going to be a bit of a resurgence of Geek Fam here moving forward. But then again, there is going to be quite a bit of there's going to be quite a bit of obstacles standing in their way. I mean, not only themselves, but also the other teams that are going to be defending their positions as well. So I'm looking at how Geek Fam is going to be standing against them, and it is yet to be seen, because this looks like a whole different type of Geek Fam. This looks like entirely revitalized Geek Fam, to say the least. A lot of it revolved around the story, Husky, of Veki, and I know you got some really interesting takes on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very fair, right? Even up to today, people still look at him, even though he's now, playing in a separate region, and he just won his second Icon series. So that is a very great achievement, and he has been regarded as the captain, right? The captain, the foundation of Geek Fam. He was the body and the soul. And we got to talk to Haki during the last chance qualifier, and Haki said, yeah, I have a big shoe to fill in, but I'm still doing my best. And he proved that. He is the new leader. No Veki, no problem. They have Haki. But with that being said, We're gonna have an interview right now with the we have the MVP, excuse me. We will look at who is the most valuable player of the series, and of course, it's gonna be the newfound not the henchman, the newfound commander, Chin Chief Haki.
Haki definitely not the most impressive in terms of the KDA as well as the kill participation, but it seems that the damage dealt as well as the total goal that it was able to accrue, as well as his champion choice of Galio, definitely shows that his ability to call some of the shots and to be able to basically show how he's been dominating, not to say a dominating force, but more like how do I say this? A leading force in a Geek Fam's ascension is definitely to be highlighted here. Not only player of the match, definitely the leader of the team is Haki, and we already saw in some of the Twitch comments there a lot of calls for Haki my idol, Haki idol, a lot of fans for sure, and judging from his gameplay as well, it can be seen why his responses as well as his calls and his abilities to lead his team is definitely going to win a lot of hearts for sure.
Yeah, he definitely deserved it, and we just got an update on we won't be able to get to talk to the members of Geek Fam, but nonetheless, they have proven and they have echoed the last week of performance. Let's look at the bracket. We had the upper bracket semi-finals just now. UndeRank against Saudaga EBLZ, where UndeRank won 3-0. They will play the upper bracket finals against Bajaj Dragons in the best of 5, whereas Saudaga EBLZ, they are knocked down to the lower bracket semis. They will face off against Geek Fam in another best of 5, because Geek Fam, they just beat Sam Knight 3-1. So it will be an interesting day tomorrow. The fight just gets more and more intense. The race for the throne continues, but no one would have expected for us to look at the bracket and see it for the way it is right now.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but this has been one heck of a turnaround here. Looking at the upper brackets for the next day of the playoffs, it is going to be Bajaj Dragons against UndeRanked. We're going to be seeing Geek Fam going up against Saudaga EBLZ to go into the lower bracket finals. And the grand finals, best of 7, is going to be determined by who is going to come out on top. Could it be a Bajaj Dragons versus Geek Fam show? Or could it be an UndeRank versus Geek Fam show? Or could it be Bajaj Dragons versus Saudaga EBLZ or UndeRank against EBLZ? This is going to be very interesting indeed, because it is all going to be determined on the next day, on day 2 of the playoffs. And this is what is all at stake here. Bajaj Dragons is very comfortable in the upper bracket indeed, as UndeRank is going to be very much the team to try to beat the previous kings from the previous season.
Yep, and I think looking at the bracket for UndeRank, it would definitely be an interesting one, because UndeRank did beat Bajaj Dragons in the group stage, and it was actually the only defeat in the group stage that Bajaj Dragons suffered. So it's going to be a payback match tomorrow. But for Geek Fam, they are going to take on Saudaga EBLZ, a team that beat them 2-1 as well. So for Bajaj Dragons and Geek Fam, ironically enough, the gold and silver medalists of summer, tomorrow their best of 5, it's kind of a grudge match. It's kind of a match where they come in for payback. Whereas for Saudaga EBLZ and UndeRank, it's more proving the statement that they are here for the throne. I can't wait for what's in store tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be one heck of a show for sure. And I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of thrills, spills, cheers and jeers is going to be awaiting us here moving into the grand finals, as well as the second day of playoffs. Because looking at how the games have been transpiring, I feel like there are more surprises awaiting us on the horizon, Husky. I know for a fact that I mean, you know it for sure that we are already cursing in the back of our minds, like, oh my god, why is it when we predict one way, it always goes the other way? So we know for a fact that it's going to be more and more surprises leading up towards the grand finals for sure.
Yeah, and of course, the matches might have ended, but we still have some, some things for you guys out there. So until we review what that is, I want to quickly just go through the whole journey of Sem9. We have to bid them goodbye, tonight. So I think Sem9 came in the summer. There were a lot of familiar names, a lot of familiar faces from the PC platform that came in, got third place, and they are the only team that did not go through a roster shuffle. They only added Dazzle-Me, kind of put him under their wing, and they had a pretty solid performance during the group, ending the group stage in 4th place. But then you have Geek Fam, who came to the last chance qualifiers and just beat them 3-1. So I think Sem9's story is, it's a tale of how friendship, flowers and friendship, how sticking together and looking at the long-term growth can really bear fruits. It's just unfortunate that the story has kind of a sad ending.
I feel that the sad ending may not be entirely a sad ending here, because out of defeat is when new fires are forged, in my opinion. And I'm thinking that Sem9 is definitely going to be back stronger than ever. Looking at how closely knit and tightly knit this group of this team is, as not only a professional esports team, but also as a group of friends, is definitely going to be a case. But remember, friendship all aside, we are going to have a bit of a showdown here between our two influencers. Are you on Team Fate Pro or are you on Team L Lemonade? Let us know on the 29th of August, 1 p.m. It is going to be a hot showdown here in our Mega Hot Cup Community Showdown.
Yeah, and it is going to be kind of the intermission, the show before the grand final. So this is something that you definitely don't want to miss. There's a lot of things happening on the grand finals day, but I'm told to not review it because I might get fired. So you guys will just have to tune in on Sunday itself. But no, we have already informed you that there's going to be the show match between these two influencers, and throughout the last 2 weeks, I think they have been live streaming. They've been trying to gather their best squad. So can't wait to see what these guys have in store. There's going to be a lot more surprises. But early on, we did mention that if your comments, if your memes or your hot takes makes it onto the community site, you might walk away with some limited edition badges. We already highlighted 2 of them, but there's more. So we actually have 3 more if I'm not mistaken. So I'm expecting to see some takes, and here it is. The first one, Hafiz Hakimi says, I think Swak winning with female support champion is not a meme anymore. Correct. Every time Swak picks a male support, he loses the game. Every time he picks a female support, he wins, barring that last game on Fiona. That one was an exception. But you hit the nail on the head.
Very astute. Hafiz Hakimi, very astute. Your observations are very sharp indeed, I have to say.
He's not wrong.
Oh, man. He's not wrong, yeah.
He's not wrong. You definitely deserve this. Deserve the highlight. I mean, congratulations. Oh boy.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, Ulti Kabil plus Ulti Galio equals elimination combo. Ahmad Faiz Muhammad. Yes, I mean, it's very true. I mean, you go with the Hextech Ultimatum, nobody can move, and then you knock them up all the way up to the heavens. Is definitely going to be the hero's entrance with Galio. You know it to be true. You know it to be the ultimate killer combo that is just so perfectly synergized for each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's a step up from the Cataclysm Hero's Entrance, right? You can't even flash out from that. So it is the elimination combo, and what better way to do it than to just one punch your way, through a serious victory. So Ahmad Faiz Muhammad, you also, congratulations. And of course, we have our statsman, Jason Yap Chun Sui, who thought that they are going down without Veki and Rumpel. Trust me, a lot of us. And guess what?
A lot of us did.
They have not went down just yet. In fact, they took down Sem9. So Statsmans, you have some updating to do, but in a good way. Geek Fam continues their journey.
Yeah, I'm thinking that some of the biggest winners are definitely the staunch supporters of Geek Fam, and definitely the ones that are the most sore are the detractors of Geek Fam, who thought that Becky and Rumpel were the glue that I guess it goes without saying. It just goes to show the level of professionalism that these teams abide by, right? That no one player makes the entire team. All it takes is a little bit of adaptation, willingness to learn, and most importantly, a lot of hard work. We know for a fact that Geek Fam really worked hard in that close to 2 weeks that they were away, and the necessary arrangements as well as the trainings that they made definitely paid off big for them, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, a new contender is in town, and you know what they always say, nothing beats the unity of a family. Geek Fam, with that, they have successfully secured themselves a top 4 spot. The journey can only go upwards from here. They still have a legacy to keep, and to repeat that, it's definitely not easy in fall season. We've seen all the remaining teams, Bajaj Dragons, Saudaga EBLZ, UndeRank, and now Geek Fam, work that hard to earn their rights back into the chambers of the elites. They definitely don't want to let this slip, but the challenge will only get more and more difficult.
I feel that the challenges are definitely going to be in the favor of the teams that have the most work put in, but at the same time as well, there isn't that much to say, to be honest, because until we see both these teams fight against each other, we can't see how that goes.
Yeah, and with that being said, that concludes our first day of the playoffs. Geek Fam stays alive, but we have more to come, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for 2 more best of 5 and 1 more team getting eliminated. I'm Husky, it's How. We're gonna sign off, wishing you guys good night and goodbye.
When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together, we fight face the storm coming. Ground is shaking.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Mulapan lagi nyawa nada dan into the infernal boundary. Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan. Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol mega infernal bomb. Dia bisa melakukan. Titi sekarang diperlahankan. Titi akan menerima damage yang sangat ada kali berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat. Jaguar.
lot to talk about. Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Oh, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. Whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing now, yeah, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Oh, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah. Can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. 'Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you, it bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me to life. Bring me to life. Stop to my side, tied to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again.